Let me open up my alternative window so I can also get chat in front of me. Chat did not make it onto the stream today. So sad. You can cry about it.
Yeah.
Oh, and then VLC decided to open up and start playing the movie randomly.
Excellent.
Luckily,
That's what we want.
that audio isn't caught in the thing because I set up my audio so that it catches specific windows. So
Uh,
but yeah,
yeah, we
yeah.
just need Akira playing ever so quietly in the background for the entire stream.
I mean, I could set that up.
That'd be a copyright
Uh,
strike if it's
oh, it would
barely
definitely.
hearable.
With the way anime companies are, it would absolutely be a copyright strike. Oh, hold on, my
There.
I think oh, our things are floating above the uh. Okay, that's interesting because
Uh,
it's not showing that full screen on the full screen for OBS. Let me. I'm adjusting our profile. Nope. Now it's too low. I think. Wait, let me check. Oh, is
you're
this
in the corner
browser?
now.
Yeah, yeah. No,
So am I.
ours were floating above our profile pictures were floating up in the middle of the screen because OBS decided not to put it in the right place.
Just you gotta love it. Thanks for being so dependable, technology. We really appreciate it.
Yeah. All right. Well, we're started now. I've got chat open, so in just in case. I this is a bit outside of my normal streaming time though, so. But
I'll take the
yeah,
blame for that, being the filthy English person here.
yeah. We thought we were done with your shit when we threw the P in the harbor, but no, you decided to be in a different, to have different time zone too.
Oh yes, you'll never really escape from us.
All right. Yeah, that's a bit enough preamble. I think we can actually move into it. Hello, everybody. It's me, Rangi. Today we're actually doing a review stream. It's been a while since I did one uh without Iron and Lulu. We are talking about Akira today, and I brought my little British servant over here to do so. Art of Almost.
Quite
How are you
so.
doing, Art?
I'm doing good. How are you today? I'm ready to talk Akira. It's going to be a good time, hopefully.
Yeah, yeah. I was just listening to our audio to make sure it was fine on the stream because it always translates weirdly. All right,
It
that's
does.
yeah. It's a conspiracy, I tell you. They're trying to make me look bad.
Yeah, well,
Uh,
YouTube will do that to you.
I mean, I don't want to look bad. That's why I don't show my face.
Oh yeah, that's same here. It's smart. It's just smart.
But yeah, so Akira, this is an interesting movie to actually talk about, and especially because it's weird. You hear a lot about Akira, but it's not usually about Akira as much as it is about just its influence and kind of what it did for especially within anime circles because it's very much the anime that kind of popularized anime Japanese animation in the West to the extent it did. Like, uh,
Yeah,
it's that and Dragon
it kind
Ball
of
that.
yeah. I was gonna say Dragon Ball is probably a big deal too, but you didn't really get like I think Akira was the first anime to be released in theaters in the West, in a lot of places in the West.
Yeah, because you had a few. You had like Astro Boy, and I think Speed Racer was
Mm.
also Japanese.
Yeah, there was. I know there was a run of anime that made it onto TV in in the 70s, late 70s, maybe. Speed Racer being one, obviously.
But obviously, those were would have been treated differently because those were would seen as kid shows.
Yeah, they were like put on in the Saturday morning cartoon block,
Yeah.
and I don't think a lot of people realized how adult and theme anime could get.
No, a lot of people still don't. It's actually an
That's true.
annoying little thing with being an anime fan. It's like you gotta have to like understand that most normies they see anime something is animated and they're like, oh, it's for kids.
Well, yeah, because even today, a lot of normies would probably look at stuff like Pokemon, stuff like that, and be like, "Oh yeah, it's still just it's for kids, right?"
Yeah, which it's weird because you have a lot of like people who they are into that nowadays, like even in their like college years, going into like
Hmm.
adulthood. Like it's still somewhat changing, but then there's still a lot of normies that just yeah they see it and like oh yeah they're talking about like Pokemon and they would also say Dragon Ball Z probably because they would see
Yeah,
Dragon Ball is a shonen, so technically it is for younger people audiences to an extent.
but there's a whole nother world out there with really
Yeah.
fucked up movies like Akira.
Oh yeah, I put your now the star is too low. Damn it! I'm just gonna be fucking editing, trying to get position this just right. It's annoying because it doesn't where I put it on the screen on OBS doesn't translate well to the broadcast. There's like a whole like oh yeah no that's fine. There we are. We have you positioned good.
Yeah, there you go.
But yeah,
Oh,
Akira, do we go into just maybe like what broadly this influenced first, and then go into the movie?
I think yeah, talking about the influence it had on movies.
Yeah,
I
because
mean, it had a really
yeah, because there's a reason I titled this the anime that won the West because anime wasn't really as much of a a thing over here until this movie. A lot of people cite this as like the turning point.
I think so. I mean, like I said, it was the first anime to really be put out in theaters, and then even when it came out, this movie made almost $100 million in home video sales in across the world, which is ridiculous.
Well, especially because you're talking about like you're not talking 100 million in modern day. You're talking about like 20, 30 years ago, maybe
Yeah.
40 years ago, actually.
Uh, 32 years ago. Yeah, there you
Ah.
go. That's when it came out on VHS tape back in the day.
Yeah, your ancestors used those as they hunted dinosaurs.
Yeah. I mean, I used
Yeah.
those, but I don't feel too old.
Well, that's the funny thing. It used to be that you weren't really considered old uh till like what 40s, and now it's like it just gets quicker and quicker. Because now I feel
It
old because I
really
remember using VHS tapes back in the day.
does. Back in it, yeah. I still got some VHS tapes, but that's another story.
Yeah, but you're a movie nerd. You
That's
get the
true.
pass.
I mean, I've got a list here of Western movies that cite Akira as an influence, and it's a pretty ridiculous list.
Yeah, well, I can also just say that that the whole Neo Tokyo is very clear influence to cyberpunk as a setting too, like the
Yeah,
cyberpunk RPG system. If you
it's very,
yeah
it's yeah, it's like this Blade Runner sort of were the foundation on which cyberpunk was kind of built.
yeah, and that's why a lot of cyberpunk has like a major like Japanese company or something, or
Yeah,
major Asian influences those too, because I believe Blade Runner also has references to Japanese stuff.
it does. There's lots of like all the billboard ads have Japanese actors in them, in the billboards and stuff around.
But yeah, well, this movie, how about you list that, go off that list then? I'm
So
curious.
this is just a list of Western movies that were have cited it as an influence. So we've got The Matrix, which I can kind of see a little bit. Dark City, which I can also anything with that kind of futuristic dystopian thing to it. Kill Bill, apparently Quentin Tarantino cites Echo as an influence for that. Uh, Looper, so they're not all great. The Dark Knight was a surprising one, but we kind of discussed that the other day.
Yeah, they do have the Akira slide kind of in the Dark Knight, so
Oh
that
yeah,
doesn't
that's what
surprise
we were,
me.
yeah.
Yeah, and the Bat Bike
Uh,
kind of does remind me of Canada's motorcycle.
yeah. We've got
Maybe.
Midnight Special, which is that makes sense because it's kind of about a person with telekinetic powers. We've got Inception,
Yeah,
which
that.
is probably more the dreams stuff like that Tetsuo has, like about halfway through that kind of stuff.
Yeah. Hello, party.
Hi, party.
Best buddy
Um,
here.
this is the most surprising one that has been has cited Akira as an influence. Oh, okay, that makes more sense. It's the 2014 Godzilla. I just saw Godzilla. I was like, surely not the 90s one.
Yeah,
This is
that.
a surprising one. Oh, yes, I got gone.
Oh no, I was gonna say that does surprise me that Godzilla is on the list at all.
It is very surprising. We've also got Puss in Boots: The Last Wish. Apparently, they cited Akira as an influence for that.
What?
Yeah, I know. So, see, sometimes people say like they list their influences, and you just sat there like, what the hell are you talking about?
Yeah, that one I'm kind of like Godzilla. I could buy maybe some of the stuff with maybe like the running away, but like when Canada is running away on the motorcycle and stuff, and like just trying to not die, I can buy maybe some of that inspired some stuff in Godzilla, maybe.
Yeah, and like maybe like surface level kind of visual cues.
Yeah, but Puss in Boots, I'm kind of like, okay, bro, you lost me.
Yeah, you've lost me on that one.
Yeah, where?
Um,
I'm curious.
the bit where nope, I got nothing. It makes no sense.
Yeah. Yeah, no,
We've
that's
got
an interesting one. But yeah,
that
it
is.
I'm sure there's also like dozens and dozens of other movies that weren't even on your list
Oh
that
yeah,
probably did, or that you could probably spend all day just listing the number of like movies and films and books and comics that this influenced. Uh,
yep.
yeah. Like I said, cyberpunk as a setting, as the cyberpunk RPG setting has very clear. Actually, that clown motorcycle gang. There is actually a clown themed gang in cyberpunk.
Oh, there you go. That makes
Yeah,
sense.
and a lot of the aesthetics of cyberpunk very much match this. But yeah, this movie, we might as well get into the movie proper now because yeah,
Yeah.
like I said, it's got a lot of influences. It's got a lot of effects on anime as an industry. I actually don't know how it's like seen in Japan. I only know how it's seen in the West, but it
Yeah.
just its influences on the West has been like so. Like I don't think anime would have gotten as big if not for this.
Yeah, I don't think you can understate how important this was to opening up the West to anime.
Yeah, like it's this and
Um,
Dragon Ball. Those are the two like
yeah,
major ones to point to.
and possibly I'm trying to think of if My Neighbor Totoro was out in cinemas around the same
Uh,
time, or was that a year later?
let me double check because I think it would have been around similar time. Uh, Western, because I think Ghibli probably might have pushed through the boundary. Uh, by the I think some of the Ghibli stuff had at least been made. But
Hmm.
because this is what 83.
Akira's 88.
Oh, yeah, Akira's 88.
Oh, there
In
you
that
go.
case,
Totoro. Oh,
yeah,
wait,
I
no,
think
never mind.
Castle of the Sky would have been out by now, right?
Well, it depends because I don't know when it was that um
Yeah, Laputa would be
Totoro would
out
have
by
actually
now.
been
Yeah,
when
yeah.
they actually were
Look,
released in the West.
this came out like 2 years after Laputa came out, so I don't know when it was released in the West though.
Because I've got here that Totoro it was released in 1989 by a US company, but only for in-flight movies that were going to Japan. Oh, there you go. Totoro came out in the US in 1993.
Yeah, so
Right.
that I would probably put this onto. Oh, that wait, the 2003 Turtles. Yeah, that makes sense. They were kind of going after that anime aesthetic, and for the 2003 Ninja Turtles, I actually liked the 2003 Ninja Turtles cartoon. I remember that one.
Yeah, I mean the Akira slide is so well known. It's got its own section on the Wikipedia page for the movie.
Yeah, it's just such a cool like aesthetic thing. I think.
I think yeah, this movie has a lot of. I think this might be partially why it was so successful in the West. There's a lot of iconic moments that you can pull out,
Well,
and
it's interesting because the movie very much evolves over time because the beginning of the movie it's more of a kind of just a story about like this group of delinquents and then it like evolves into what it actually is over time.
yeah, and folds into something so much bigger than the start. It's
Yeah,
quite
no,
what
no.
it's quite it's quite
This
wide
movie
reaching.
this movie follows the typical shonen anime power scaling issues.
Gets kind of ridiculous towards the end.
Yeah, but yeah, so the opening frame of the movie, I think we should just start getting into the movie proper now.
Yeah, let's
Yeah,
let's do it.
it is showing us the destruction of Tokyo.
Yes, in what is World War
80,
Three.
yeah, which happened in 87. And
Yes.
after that, we skip to the far off year of 2019, which, I hope when we get to
Yes.
that year, it'll be as interesting technologically as all these like sci-fi movies are shown, because
I can't see why they wouldn't be.
that's always a trend that's funny. All the like sci-fi stuff that like put stuff in like the 2010s or 2020s, and then it's like we get there and it's like, oh no, it was nothing as nearly as exciting.
Nothing. If we wish. I mean, yesterday I watched Escape from New York, and that's set in the far-flung future of 1997. As far as I'm aware,
Huh.
New York did not become a prison island in that year.
Hmm.
I
Are you
could be
sure?
wrong. Okay, I'm not sure. I'm going to be honest with you.
Yeah, yeah. It's just one of those trends when you're talking about old sci-fi. Unfortunately, it's why I'm kind of in favor of just not mention like I know the Mega Man games do this where they put everything in 20XX, so they don't specify a year.
Yeah, and there are some movies that will just say like in the near future.
Yeah, yeah. But yeah, anyway, we cut to there. This really seedy looking bar. I
I mean,
believe it's the opening frame, like the opening like
yeah, I do.
area after that frame.
It is, yeah, it is, but they do a really good job of just like how horrible Neo Tokyo is, just how run down it is.
Yeah, yeah, no, it's looking like a very like particularly rundown place, and we don't actually get a good idea of necessarily how it became this way. Necessarily, though, we get a few hints. So we get a lot of mentions because you get they're browsing on TV and it's mentioned, and this ties into other events of the film and other things that are
Hmm.
mentioned, that a lot of people are out of work due to the former what was it, the former prime
What
minister.
do they have? Yeah, do they have prime ministers in Japan? I'm actually not sure.
They do have a prime minister, but yeah, the former
Ah,
prime minister's tax reform. A lot of people are out of work basically because of that, and this is mentioned repeatedly. This is mentioned in the council scene later too.
yep.
So it's very interesting that this kind of set up as a thing when it is, because it the unrest in the city comes up later too. Uh,
Yeah,
but
it does.
but nobody in the bar actually seems to give a shit about this.
Yeah. There's something I noticed that's quite interesting with all the news footage that you see throughout the film. Whenever they start talking about the unrest, it will usually within a couple of sentences it will cut to something else. The TV footage. It'll cut to like a advert or something like that. It's just a nice little detail to show that the government's like kind of trying to suppress as much information as they can.
Yeah, yeah, the government's kind of like telling you can imagine there's some like government employee like calling and telling them like, no, you have to cut the commercial. We don't want this.
Right
We
now.
don't want you talking about this. Yeah, we're working on this. Don't worry about it. There's nothing to see here.
Nothing to
It's
see.
kind of funny how that because they never like signpost it. It's just something you're supposed to like figure out.
Yeah,
Uh,
you get just enough information to put the pieces together.
yeah, and as far as the actual bar goes, you have kind of the bartender's kind of doing like I assume a drug deal.
Yeah, I think it's supposed to be some drug of some kind. What do they call them? Capsules, I think.
Yeah, yeah, they call them capsules, and this shady looking guy came in, and then as they're doing that, then one of our biker gang comes in.
It
Uh,
scares the shit out of him.
yeah, it scares the shit out of him, and then goes to Canada, who is our. I think we could comfortably say he's our first main character introduced,
I
and
believe so, yes.
yeah, he mentions that they've funneled their guys have funneled the clowns, those clowns, onto
Mm.
Route 5, which it's interesting because you kind of have, for one thing, you have to remember that our main characters are all most of our main characters at least. I don't know. Would we count the Colonel as a main character?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, he is. I think he is. So I would say most of our main characters are juvenile delinquents, essentially, of some
Pretty much.
variety or the other. Uh, like Canada and his group, while they never like attribute any like deaths to them in the movie, they have absolutely gotten some people killed in this like first sequence. I'm sorry.
Yeah, there's no way they haven't. I mean,
Yeah,
there's just
it's
no way.
well, we it's funny because they get let out because the clowns apparently ended up in the hospital, but it never says whether or not any of those guys died or not.
I mean, Canada's crew certainly dwindles in number by about like 30 minutes into the film. There's only like 4 of them left that we ever see. So,
Yeah, well, because we see a lot, we still see a lot of them coming out of the police station, but after that, but yeah,
mm,
so Canada is like he selects the song because I guess he probably paid like the quarter into the jukebox, and that's kind of an
no,
interesting thing too. That is this kind you get the impression that they hang out at this place a lot, like this is kind of their normal hangout. The bartender yells at them for never buying something, but he also hasn't tossed them out. So I feel like there's a bit of
yeah,
a I feel like there's a bit of a like he probably likes these kids, as
I
far
get
as
that feeling.
yeah, it's like, oh, those rapscallions, why don't you ever buy anything from the bar? Well, so he
They
doesn't
remind
toss them out.
they remind me of when I was young. Good times.
Yeah, basically you get that kind of impression with this group. And with the bartender. Unfortunately, you don't get a lot with the bartender though. But
No, you don't.
he's yeah, because he does appear later, but only briefly.
Only for a little bit.
Yeah, but yeah. So they're going, and here this is kind of one of the points where I think is one of the earliest signals of Tetsuo's character, because you get Tetsuo sitting at Kaneda's motorcycle. He's like mm, musing on like the components of the motorcycle, and you can tell he very much wants to try to drive it.
Yeah, there's a little bit of I don't know what you would call it, but he clearly
Envy.
wants. Yeah, he wants to be Canada a little to some degree, maybe
Yeah,
even to a large degree.
yeah. But it's interesting because of his rant earlier or later on about this. Because when I rewatched the movie the other day, I was kind of specifically paying attention to these early parts, and he definitely Tetsuo's view of how he's treated in the gang is definitely skewed too.
Yeah, he he
Yeah,
wo- he looks at himself as being the, I guess the runt of the litter would be the way to put it. Like he always has to be saved by Canada,
yeah,
or
yeah.
Canada. How do
He's
you pronounce that?
I. Uh, so I don't actually know because there's several ways it could be pronounced. I think
My whole life I've pronounced it Canada, but then when
Canada.
we watched the movie,
Just say Canada.
When I watched the movie the other day, they all seemed to be saying Canada, and it was very confusing.
Canada, Canada, Canada,
Canada.
Canada. Yeah.
I just want to also say I love the design of Canada's bike.
Oh, okay. Hold on, wait. I went looked up how to pronounce.com. And so the first one is Canada. And the next one is Canada. And then the last one is Canada.
Hmm.
So I'm just gonna go with Canada. Canada. That's
I
what I'm
I'm
going with.
also gonna go with Canada.
It's one of those things that's like, okay, well, none of you are helpful.
Yeah, this doesn't help me at all. I'm out on a limb here. Help me out. Throw me a bone.
But yeah, so Canada does seem to be like the top dog of the gang. That much is
Yeah,
very clear. Uh, Tetsuo, I don't as much as I think the other guy, I think he's Takahata.
yeah. It's Takahata and
No, the other guy in this scene specifically.
oh right. I think it's Takahama. It might Takashi or possibly
No,
Yamaga.
Takashi was the psychic child.
Oh yeah, don't listen to me, everyone.
Yeah, I think it's Takahata. He seems to be like the number two. Tetsuo seems to be kind of the. Yeah, he does seem to an extent to be treated a bit as the runt of the litter, but not in like a bad way. He's like,
Well, no,
yeah, they
Canada's
respect
kind
him.
of really overprotective of him in a lot of ways.
Yeah, he's like the little brother, basically.
Yeah,
But that is the impression I got. Definitely. Well, it's funny because he's talking about like, oh yeah, the bike with the bike, and Kaneda's like, oh yeah, I have this specially customized. You wouldn't be able to handle it. And then Kaneda actually says, if you really want one, want to drive it, steal one yourself or steal a big one yourself. We don't really get
yeah,
exactly. What that means, but the impression is very clear that to afford this, he probably did have to do some illicit stuff,
yeah.
and it is
There's
kind
some
of
shady stuff going
yeah. Well, it's a bike gag,
on.
and
True. I was always told that bike gangs were pillars of the community, so I don't know what you're talking about.
it's funny because in America, motorcycle clubs are very different from how but so the general consensus is 1% of motorcycle clubs are criminal in nature.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah, because
Well, you
the
were
nine
talking about the time when this was made, there was sort of a problem with motorcycle gangs in Japan.
yeah there was to an extent it was like the kind of I don't know exactly if it was still when it was super popular, but there was a period of time where motorcycle clubs were super popular in Japan, and honestly, the trope of the like motorcycle clubs as like an element in anime still exists to this day. It's a common trope, even though they haven't been popular in like 30, 40 years.
So I wonder if that's an Akira influence on.
Yeah, it might be. But yeah, so with this bike gang though, yeah, Tetsuo is definitely the younger brother of the group, and we do get them like rolling out and kind of we get a rather chaotic scene of them kind of fighting this other gang. Uh, but when they roll out, you get a lot of like the really good artistic direction of this movie as well.
Yeah, because I mean, like I mentioned a few days ago, I think this movie set a record for use of color. Um, I've got the stats here because I'm a nerd. The movie consists of 2,212 shots, 160,000 single pictures, which is 2 to 3 times more than usual, apparently, and uses 327 different colors, 50 of which were exclusively created for the film.
And I will ask the same question I asked that day. How many of those colors have become racial slurs? I want to
I
know.
we'll have to ask. What's his name? Who made this? Tomo. We'll have to ask him. He'll know probably. A very big part of that is because there's so much of this movie that takes place at night.
Yeah, I mean, our background is actually the cityscape too. Well, a lot of this movie takes place at night. That's kind of one of the big cyberpunk things of it, because cyberpunk is partially at least inspired by noir.
Yeah,
Uh, and so it's kind of always night, and even when it's not, the city is usually a lot darker than what we kind of perceive because you have these massive buildings kind of blocking out the sun.
yeah. It is.
Like,
I mean,
yeah, I mean, look
I've
at the
got
buildings just in our background because this background is a frame from the movie.
and just the. I mean, it's one of those movies that you can take almost any frame from, and it would work as like a painting in a art gallery. It's a gorgeous looking movie.
Yeah, they worked very hard on the art for this movie. It's very clear. It lives up to that.
It really does.
Uh,
Beauty.
Because I was always worried, and there was a point. The first time I watched this movie, I didn't appreciate it nearly as much as when I rewatched it for this review. I think because I just didn't follow the plot well enough too, and the plot is one of those things that you can easily get lost from.
Yeah, there's a lot of things going on, a lot of moving pieces.
Yeah, because you get our like motorcycle gag things kind of going at each other, and the two we get are Kaneda's group, which seem to be your like standard kind of well-meaning street punk delinquents. You know, like it's the more marketable one.
Yeah, the street punks with the hearts of gold.
Yeah, well, there is very clearly a sort of romanticization of that sort of view on them too, which,
Yeah,
which is funny because that kind of also gets destroyed later on. I think that's actually one of the big motivators of Kaneda later on. But yeah,
yeah,
this
absolutely.
because this gang is very clearly they're causing all kinds of havoc and like very you get the guy in the restaurant. That's the one I always think of. That's the part I always like mind always goes to, where he's like remarking on kids these days, and then the
Yeah,
motorcycle crashes through and runs him over. It's like, yeah,
and
he's
then
dead.
yeah, and one of them, I think it's one of Canada's gang, like pulls up and looks, and he's like, "Oh well," and keeps going.
Yeah,
And the car, they
yeah,
crash a car on the highway too. That's the
yeah. I
climax.
remember that one too. Because the guy's windshield first gets caved in, and then somebody just for good measure threw a firebomb into it.
Yeah, another good thing about this chase is that you get a lot of looks of the cityscape and how much
Yes,
fucking effort
yes,
they
you
put
do.
into it.
But also the cars on like the highway and stuff. Like a lot of these cars are different. It's not like they repeated the same image or even the same patterns. A lot of these cars have like unique designs. You
Yeah,
know.
it's pretty impressive.
Yeah, it's very clearly like a lot of work got put into this. But yeah, so it does seem like our main crew seems to be kind of winning the conflict, and eventually you get sort of a brief sort of showdown between Kaneda and the leader of the clowns, which is the
Yep.
name that they call the other gang, which seems to be based off the other gang's fave accurate.
Yeah, it's pretty accurate.
Yeah, so so yeah, like they like have this brief encounter where the other guy's motorcycle gets like knocked down and everything as they like dramatically like race past each other.
There's one other thing I wanted to point out because I always think it's funny when it shows the clowns driving down this highway. The boss guy's not even got his hands on the handles. He's just cross-legged sitting on it.
Oh no,
That
that's a common visual with motorcycle gangs depicted in anime too. So I don't know if that was started here or not, but it's very confident sort of
it's
posture.
a yeah, it's a power move for sure.
Yeah, but yeah, basically the clowns seem to be losing, and then oh no, the cops appear, and while we're getting this like fight between these two gangs, we're also getting the other narrative that comes up and kind of takes over later, because I don't think the clowns come up past a certain point.
Yeah, I think it's like about 25, 30 minutes in, they kind of drop from the plot.
Yeah, which kind of makes sense when you know the actual narratives, because the other narrative is you have the terrorists and the terrorist plot line.
Yep, and
Yeah,
everything that they're dealing with.
yeah. So we know what the other plot line, big plot line we get is running around at the same time as this fight between the clowns and the and Kaneda's group is a child being escorted by a strange man, and it seems to be very clear that they are being pursued. You don't quite
Yep.
at this point get what exactly is happening, other than that. But like the dogs are like, yeah, and this is another one of those points where you get one of those broadcasts talking about like the government protests and stuff that cuts to a
Yep.
commercial
For
really
dogs,
quickly.
dude.
Yeah, and
Yeah, I noticed.
as it's done, they release the dogs on them, and unfortunately, the puppers get shot. That I didn't like that. The puppers were just doing their job. But yeah, the dog food commercial, and then like, uh, they obviously rush along as that happens because it's kind of like, oh shit, stuff is still going on, and I think you also get a few frames of Kai appearing, who becomes important later.
I believe. Yeah, you do. Yeah, 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 yeah. She's like in the crowd, in some crowd shots and stuff like that.
Yeah, she's in the protests because I think that the idea is this guy that is escorting the child is with her group.
Yeah, I think they were supposed. I'm wondering if they were supposed to rendezvous near where Canada's gang and these clowns were having their dust up, and it kind of throws everything into chaos for them.
Oh no, because remember the after the guy is the guy's in the crowd. I think they were supposed to rendezvous in the crowd. Is the
Oh,
idea?
that's possible too. That just makes more
Yeah,
sense.
because the
Yeah.
guy's in the crowd, but then kind of gets chased out, and then ends up basically with the police like pointing their guns at him, and then he gets shot up. And
And we get
after
our
that,
kind of,
the psychic child shows their psychicness and shatters
indeed.
all the windows and stuff.
Yeah, but we kind of get a clue that there's something going on with these kids just from the way that he looks
Yeah, yeah, because they're all
like
like wrinkled
aged.
and stuff in a weird way. Yeah, aged in a weird way. And one of the things I kind of like is this kind of is a red herring in the series because you assume at the first that the colonel and the program he's doing is like the evil bad guys.
Yeah.
When
And
yeah, when actually I'd say they're the opposite.
they're kind of yeah, they're protecting people from stuff that they can't even possibly begin to imagine in a way.
Yeah, yeah. But yeah, so the child then runs off, and that's kind of the situation that I think that actually the child disappears specifically. They say the child disappeared,
Yeah, he does disappear, yeah.
which we know later they can teleport. So they can also fly. So
They can do lots of things. The other kid that we meet in the floating thing, see, this is another cool sort of misdirect because you kind of get the impression that he's like evil, but that turns out not to be the case, as we'll find out.
yeah, yeah. But yeah, so they the either way the kid seems to teleport, and then you cut back to the gang who seems to be running from the cops and trying to get away. And I
Yep.
think Canada is no, I don't remember exactly what happens with Kaneda. Tetsuo, I know, gets separated out through from the gang because there's some like fire suppressive thing that happens. I think it's like a couple bikes explode. He
I
keeps
think so.
going while
Yeah.
everyone else stops. From what understand of the scene, and
Yeah, I have a screenshot here. The rest of them stop outside of the tunnel that they were in, and Tetsuo just keeps going.
yeah, yeah, that's it. And then in the tunnel, they lose sight of him because the fire suppressant thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, because he keeps going, and then I know he hits, knocks out the guy who falls off his bike, like hits him
Yeah,
with like a wrench or something, or a hammer or something like that.
that's true. He does.
Yeah, and then
He takes
he's
figure out.
continuing to go, and then what do you know? There's the random psychic child, and at first I thought that Tetsuo ran into him, but then
Keep-
you get having rewatched it. No, basically he got blasted away by psychic child's telekinesis because the
yeah,
explosion and everything goes just around Takashi. That's the name of this psychic child. I don't
I
remember.
believe so. Yeah.
I believe it's Takashi Matsuro, and I forget the girl's name.
The girl is Kyoko, I think,
Kyoko.
something
Okay.
like that. I just
Yeah.
remember because all there's three main female characters in this film, and all of their names begin with K.
True. K is a
Yeah,
very popular letter in Japan and Japanese naming conventions.
that's true. There's a lot of K's in Japanese names.
Hmm.
I
But
should
yeah,
point out if you like the name Tetsuo, get used to hearing it in this movie. By the way,
oh yes, they say his name all the time. But yeah, so Tetsuo
great.
is basically knocked unconscious, clearly injured, probably shockingly alive, but
That is a shock. I'm wondering,
do you
maybe
think
the
the
kids
psychic child protected him to an
maybe
extent?
at least try to it to some degree. Maybe not like obviously not 100% successfully, but maybe try to.
Yeah, but because we do also get that this interaction, this like the shock of this moment is what actually awakens Tetsuo's powers.
Yeah.
Which I guess if you want to go with the angle of it, makes sense. I guess if because I don't think there's any like a near death experience like this is probably going to be, and kind of the sudden awareness of the psychic, because the kids say later on that everybody technically has Akira's power.
Yeah,
great
like
power exists in
latently.
everyone. Yeah. It, if anything, it's implied by the Colonel that this is like something that they've been working, doing their work specifically because eventually somebody would awaken this power outside.
Yeah, they've been waiting for someone to come along who had these powers.
Yeah. But yeah, so Kaneda's gang, obviously they start heading into the tunnel, but it feels like they were trying to regroup. That's
Yeah,
my impression was. They regrouped and then they all start riding out to find Tetsuo, and that
yeah,
they
because
find him after the explosion, basically. And
yeah, once
Kaneda
again,
even
Ken.
then seems to like kind of be looking after where the psychic child where Takashi went. But yeah, you get
Yeah,
all the other guys fretting over him.
yeah, Canada once again has to feels like he has to protect Tetsuo, which will be a running theme throughout the movie, obviously.
Yeah, yeah, that is definitely like a regular thing as far as the gang goes, and as far as this these two specific characters go, all the way back to when they were kids. You learn later on, but
Yeah, because I think part of it is that Canada still sees Tetsuo as that little kid. He's never sort
definitely,
of accepted the fact that Tetsuo's grown up.
yeah, definitely. But yeah, the government shows up in like basically like a VTOL sort of vehicle.
Yep, many of them.
Yeah, yeah, and immediately like you also get the other psychic child appears and like starts talking to Takeshi and mentions specifically how they don't belong outside and that they can't survive outside. And I think the
Yeah,
implication is that this is supposed to be more villainous thing, and at least that's what they want you to think. But what you learn
yeah,
later is actually different.
yeah. The movie, especially with these kids, sets up a lot of expectations that it's going to use a phrase that's become very controversial, subvert later on.
Yeah, but it does it in such a really cool way because yeah, uh, it also is kind of going against genre tropes because the general expectation is, oh yeah, the Colonel is going to be evil. He's just the evil military man. But when you're actually paying attention, uh, basically, when you're actually paying attention, everything he does makes sense for him to do.
Yeah, I actually find the Colonel to be quite an interesting character
He's
because
probably
of
my
that.
favorite
Because
character in the movie.
yeah, he's really quite interesting. Everything he does makes sense, and you can buy why he does it.
Yeah.
There's more. He's more of a conflicted character than you're led to believe initially.
Yep. And yeah, the basically the soldiers kind of looking at this situation like, oh, it's just an ordinary bike gang.
Yeah,
Uh
nothing
but
to
yeah,
see here.
Tetsuo is wounded and they surround them and have the basically arrest the gang, but they take in Tetsuo because he's wounded. And
Yeah, I'm wondering. I guess they can't know that he's got the psychic powers,
well,
but I'm
they
wondering if they know if it that this sort of thing might set them off, and they want to monitor him anyway.
I think they do. Well, also we get later on uh when they're monitoring him, do we get a mention of something that's referred to as a blue code? So I'm wondering if they don't actually
Oh, you're
have a
right.
thing that yeah, I'm wondering if that's not related. Like maybe they looked while they're in their little carrier and like, oh, okay, there's a blue code here. Oh, it's the wounded
Yeah,
guy. Or even if they
let's.
detected it in the hospital, because we don't know what that means necessarily. So, but there's a
No.
lot to kind of like be able to speculate on to give them And I can believe, yeah, it was. Hey, let's continue monitoring this kid anyway because yeah, this
Yeah,
could set it off.
just in case. Just in case.
Yeah, because they don't put him in the most secure, position early on. But
That's true.
they
Not
do
to start
clearly
with.
know he has some things happen when he's in the hospital.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So yeah, though the our punks are arrested, and it's funny because you get the story that they fed the cops after they were actually brought into the police station.
Going to visit their. It's great because it's the story is like, yeah, we're going to visit our dying mother, and then he later on he's like, oh yeah, she's fine now, and it's like, but she was dying.
Well, yeah, it was like so you were going to visit your dying mother with with your friends when the clouds attacked you and you had to defend yourself. Is that what you're telling me? And it's funny because the guy clearly is not buying this at all. But he's also got so much work ahead of him. It's kind of like, okay, whatever, you fucking jackasses.
Yeah, I mean, because they're clearly not who they're looking for, because they're looking for obviously the people who took the child out of the facility, and they're just like so fucking done with these guys' bullshit.
And this is also the where you get the confirmation of you put was it like uh they mentioned that they put several of the clowns in the hospital, but they don't mention
Yeah,
anyone dying. So I guess the implication is supposed to be that while these guys while these gangs are kind of going at each other and they're clearly, not upstanding citizens, and I think this is especially true when you get later on. And none of them have ever like intentionally at least killed somebody.
yeah, it does seem that way. And maybe he said that no one died. Maybe the guy in the restaurant survived.
Maybe,
It's possible.
or that was pinned on the clown.
It might be pinned on the clouds. It is a clown who goes through the window.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
and it was the clowns who blew up the car. So maybe they did blame a lot of the accessory damage on them.
To be fair, I think there's a line later on that implies that the clowns are a lot more, and I think this is to say a too because of the ambush later on too. I think the clowns are a lot less of a wholesome bike gang.
Yeah, a lot of this Canada's gang, obviously they do commit crimes, but
Yeah, that
they seem more like teenagers sort of goofing off and pushing against the boundaries, whereas the clowns are like just fully a criminal gang.
well, yeah. So it's funny because you get a lot of other things too that implies that Canada's gang are basically they're well-meaning teenagers without any direction in life. That's kind
Yeah,
of yeah, they're your delinquents with hearts of gold. That's kind of the
yeah,
implication I got at least. Uh, but yeah,
yeah.
I
There's
think
clearly
some
not
of those
a lot of guidance in this world.
I think some of those clowns definitely fucking died.
Oh, there's no doubt. And even if they weren't killed by Canada's gang, maybe some of them were taken to a government black site and taken care of, if you know what I mean.
I mean, you do see the government kind of getting a lot more harsh later on, which is another like
Yeah, you do.
interesting detail. Yeah, because I'm thinking about the mall bombing, where
Yeah,
they just unleash full auto on the terrorists in the middle of a
they
public
do.
place.
It does not end well for them.
But yeah, you also
Not
get
at
like
all.
a lot of. But this is another detail I like is the police station because they're sent out of the room essentially because yeah the cop guy is just like I don't have time to fucking deal with these punk ass kids.
I there's too much. These kids are fucking annoying. Get them out of my sight.
Yeah, and then you get the guy in the hallway who stole the grenade. Well, no, he wasn't in the hallway. He was in one of the interrogation rooms. He pops out with one of the grenades.
I absolutely love his reaction when it doesn't go off.
Yeah, it's like,
It's
yeah,
so
he's like, "Long live the freedom revolution," and then it's a smoke grenade.
he's like, oh, oh.
And the funny
Also,
thing is, I don't even think it was the cops that beat him. I think it was some other people in the crowd.
yeah, I think it's just randoms.
Yeah, because they're like, "Motherfucker, you're not taking us with you."
It's the one of Canada's gangs just like, hey, if you want to kill yourself, just go hang yourself. You don't have to take us all with you.
Yeah, but uh after that, I believe the kids get told like, "Okay, get the fuck out of here. We already notified your school." And
Yep.
that's when you actually had this before. Kaneda's like looking at the book the guy's got at, and he looks at someone on the book, which I believe is supposed to be Kai, and he's like, "Oh,
It
that
is,
chick's cute."
yeah, I like the cut of her jib.
Yeah, and then as they're like told to get out, they're like, "Oh, there was another one of us." And then Kaneda actually goes to her, kind of grabs her and says, "Here she is. Could she leave with us?" And the guy's just so fucking. She leave with us, pops? And that offends the guy so much.
It really takes his eye off the ball because the exact person he's looking for is right under his nose.
Yeah, but he's just so fucking done with these punk ass kids.
He just, I mean, to be honest, I don't blame him.
Yeah.
Call me an old, call me pop, see what happens.
Oh, you'll also get information later that the police are working overtime right now to the point where it takes the entire civil service budget of the city.
Yeah,
So who knows
just
how long this guy's already been working? And the police station is full. Like there's
yeah,
basically
there's
like no room. The whole hallway is filled with people.
packed, and then they do an overhead sort of shot when they're leaving. You can just see there's just room after room after room filled with people being interrogated.
Yeah. So like with that whole setup, yeah, because they get the girl out and then Kaneda's immediately it's so funny too because she's immediately like, oh, he's a skirt chaser, which he is.
Yeah, she figures him out immediately.
Yeah, and the funny thing is he's not even deterred. He's still going after it because why not?
Yeah, points for persistence, I guess.
But then, yeah, and then she just like disappears on him, and he's just like, "Bitch, you could have at least told me your name." But what's
Oh,
funny is
poor.
he's still clearly into her because you get him being flirted with by a bunch of chicks that you can kind of tell usually hang out with this crowd, and he's like completely
Yeah,
uninterested.
he's not interested at all. Before they, also after she leaves, a bomb goes off in
Yeah,
in the police
I think
station.
I've said before. I like to assume it was the same guy.
He found another
These-
grenade,
this one was a real one.
or maybe the grenade he had just had a really long delay on it.
Oh yeah, it was like defective.
Yeah, and it just had like a twice as long wait period before it went off.
You also see like the outside is basically like a military encampment too. So
Yeah, it is.
uh, a lot
True.
of the yeah the civil unrest is interesting because it seems like you don't really get the exact details, but you do get that these tax reforms were a major part of it.
Yeah, it's. I like that it's a lot of it is more in the background to what's going on.
Yeah, it's not really info. Even though Kay is definitely involved in the terrorists,
Yeah,
you don't really get their primary like grievance outside of like high unemployment.
yeah. High unemployment and bad tax reforms. And then also, I mean, obviously, well, show up later, but there's also this cult that worships Akira.
Yep. Yeah.
Very interesting.
Yeah, the cult is interesting too. Because do we get a Colonel scene yet? Is this where we get the Colonel scene?
Yeah, this is the Colonel talking to. I guess he's a member of the. What do they call him? The Special Council.
Yeah, the Special Executive Council.
That's it. Yep. Because he drops the guy he's talking to drops the fact that they think they've got a mole on the council, possibly working with the terrorist group.
Yep, yep. Yeah. Let me step away real quick. I'm just gonna take my dog downstairs.
Doggy dogs. Time to fill the dead air. Hmm. Oh no, I'm not good at this. So how are you all out there in the chat? If there's anyone out there in the chat, good to know. The So yeah, there's a mole on the council that is what the one of the primary focuses of this scene, as we'll find out later on in the movie. There is in fact a mole on the council, and I believe there's some implication that the council is losing patience with the colonel, who's running this um, clandestine operation with regards to people with powers revolving around Akira. Oh no, I'm drowning. And the design of the characters in this movie is really, really good too. Especially like the special kids and I really like the design the character design of the Colonel as well in this movie. Good stuff. Um, oh, there's not a whole lot more I can say about this scene until Rangi returns um, to discuss some of the implications of the. This is where we get our first sort of glimpse at the wider uh, uh, authority sort of structure of Neo Tokyo and how it's all being run, possibly Japan as a whole. The idea that there's a special executive council that's kind of been put in place following the prime minister being ousted, that's kind of running Neo Tokyo, but they're all at each other's throats and at odds with each other, so nothing really can get done. Because it's just all this political maneuvering and sort of backstabbing, and no one really is on the same page. We'll get that later on. There's a scene at the council, and you kind of see how dysfunctional it is. I think Rag is back.
Hello, I'm back.
Hello. I filled
Sorry
the
about
dead air
that.
as I filled the
I,
dead air as well as I could.
yeah, I just yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, good.
Oh yeah, I've got a wireless headset, so I usually can hear.
Ah, okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, I was talking about the kind of the fact that the special council, when we eventually see them, it's just all this like no one's on the same page whatsoever.
yeah. Well, we get a little time before we see them
Yeah.
proper, because let me We also do get to see a lot more of uh Kaneda's gang, a lot of which who never reappear.
True. Mm.
Yeah, I'm just skipping through to make sure that we're not skipping any important scenes. Oh yeah, so first we get the first scene we get isn't actually even him talking to the council proper. It's he's talking to the other guy, and yeah, you get the info of like the possible mole in the council, and you also get a lot of info specifically on the program the colonel's involved in.
Yeah, there's a lot more information brought to light about what the nature is of what they're doing, studying these special kids with their special powers. Mm.
Yeah, well,
'Cause
also on top of that, though, oh, what's interesting is these people that he's talking to. So yes, you get the person he's talking to directly in the scene, but also the people later. None of them back him up when
yeah,
they're actually in the
nobody,
council scene.
yeah,
None
nobody.
of
I
them.
mean, the cancer scene isn't great because they're all just yelling and screaming at each other. And there's even one guy who's like struggling to stay awake.
Yeah, it's like a lot of them are very old. You have like
Yeah,
contingents of like old men.
pretty much. You can kind of understand why, like, nothing. There's so much bureaucracy, nothing gets done.
Well, yeah, and then all of the argument is just about the money. Like,
Yeah, I think we get. Uh, he gets called by the doctor, I guess, to tell him about the tests on Tetsuo.
yeah, yeah.
Tetsuo.
Tetsuo and the tests about him and everything like that.
So I think this is also where we get our first direct reference to Akira.
Yeah, yeah. You do get your direct references to Akira. You also get though that the in the scene with the politician that he's talking to.
Oh,
You get mention of this last incident and it being seen as him poorly managing it with Takashi breaking out. We don't even know really
yeah.
what Takashi's motive is here.
No,
That's
or
probably that's probably one of the things I can kind of criticize of the movie. We don't get a lot of characterization of the kids, but it's also a
no.
2 hour movie.
I'm wondering if. Well, I mean, the way I always saw it is that possibly Takeshi didn't want to leave, but these terrorists have taken him out because they want to prove what's going on. Because they obviously they know something's coming. These kids that they're gonna have to deal with.
Yeah. And yeah, what the because the next thing is yeah, you were saying when you get the first real mention of Akira, which is the hospital scene with while Tetsuo's getting scanned.
Yeah, and I believe they say that um the potential power in Tetsuo is it has the potential to match Akira's power.
Yeah, yeah. The special pattern from that boy
Yeah,
is never see. The scientist says he's never seen one like this with the development like this. Because the scientist is another one of those major recurrent characters, I'd say.
yeah, he's quite interesting because he obviously cares more about
He
seeing
cares
how
about the
far this
science.
power. Yeah,
Yeah,
but also seeing how far the power can go over possibly the negative ramifications that it might have.
yeah. He's just all about. He wants to have the knowledge. He is
Yeah,
entirely dedicated to the science of it.
and you get a nice, kind of like a little bit of, I wouldn't say conflict necessarily, but the idea of the difference between the scientist in the pursuit of knowledge and then the colonel who's just like I have to keep everything safe, keep everything orderly, keep everything running smoothly.
Well, the
What's the
colonel,
line?
you almost get the impression with the colonel. He is so you get a lot of really interesting conversations between the colonel and this scientist, because the
Yeah,
colonel, he you get him lamenting the fact that the state the city is into later on,
yeah,
and
you do. Yeah,
I think the specific line is really interesting because it's like it's talking about how the basically the drive to build old has died out. The the energy around reconstruction is gone. It's just become a den of hedonism.
yeah,
It's just people
very
pursuing
interesting.
the thing that makes them feel good rather than
Yeah,
actually trying to strive to rebuild
and I mean,
after.
you see that and how dilapidated Neo Tokyo is.
Well, not only how dilapidated, you gotta look at how kind of crammed in everything really is. You've got like
Yeah,
basically city parks are on skyscrapers,
yeah.
and though which are themselves like dwarfed by even larger buildings. Like rather than
It's
reclaiming the old city, it seems like people just decided to continue building up.
yeah, because he has another interesting line, um, in a little later on as well. He says, "My job isn't to believe or not to believe; it's act or not to act," which I find really interesting.
Yes, yes, he does say that. That is the one because he has some really good lines that make you kind of think, and that this is kind of the point where, if you're paying attention, you'll realize that he isn't actually the villain here.
No,
No, because well, especially once you've seen it once, you know, and you rewatch. Because
yeah,
yeah,
there's lots of little pieces of information that you can pick out where you're like, there's so much more going on here than just on the surface.
yeah, yeah, there's another line he has. I think in this scene where he mentions a soldier always considers the risks when he's talking to the scientist. I don't know if it's this scene or the next scene.
I think it might be this thing because the doctor wants to put Tetsuo on like this really high level
Yeah.
capsule right from the start, and
Yep.
the colonel has lots of issues of that. There's a line here there. Are you positive that you are able to control such power?
Yes, that is what they and this highlights kind of what the colonel is concerned with because the colonel wants to. I feel like even with this, the colonel sees this as okay. We could deal with this. We could deal with this kid, but then what are we gonna do for the next one? Eventually, there's gonna be somebody who awakens these powers that isn't get. We aren't going to be able to like get to in time.
Yeah, gonna slip through the cracks. There's another good line here, because you can sort of see the doubt a little bit, where he says maybe we aren't meant to meddle with this power, but at the end of the day, we have no choice, and we kind of have to try at least.
Yeah, yeah. The colonel's true because when you understand what the actual risk is, that the fact that this power is what led to the destruction of old Tokyo,
Mm.
uh, it is kind of a case of the colonel is stuck between a rock and a hard place. He has to either decide to let the basically let what happened to the old city happen again and wipe out all of the progress they've made, wipe out any number of lives, and basically be responsible. But at this point, the colonel he sees it as Pandora's box is already open. I think there's actually a
Yeah,
line about that where it's about the Pandora's box that was opened and everything.
I mean that is a good way to put it. Like, there's no putting it back, so we have to do something. We can't just let it happen. even
Yeah.
if we might be doomed to failure, that there's no alternative but to act, to try, even a little, to try and contain this as
Well,
much
yeah,
as we can.
because with Tetsuo is a particularly dangerous subject for them to have to deal with, and he's like, well, we need to be able to understand this kind of growth and how to control it and how to, because it's not even, and you get the impression when on a first viewing he means control like, oh, they're gonna use it against their enemies or they're gonna use it as a weapon, but it's actually control as in we need to make sure it doesn't blow up the fucking city.
And but the problem is they're doomed to failure because they don't understand all of the issues that Tetsuo has under the surface.
Yeah, well, because even ignoring all of his specific personal issues, this is a street punk.
Yeah, that too. I mean,
Yeah,
this kind of power in the hands of someone like that, it's not going to end well.
nope. And I think that's the thing that I feel like that's the real like oversight the Colonel has about it. This whole thing, because most of the subjects he's dealt with that seem to have awakened this power, it seems like they got either they specifically bred them or they got to them early
Yeah,
with the
they're all
kids.
kids. Much easier to control.
Yeah.
But this is a kid who literally spent his whole life rebelling against being controlled.
Yep. Yep. And not only that, but then also has all these like deep insecurities and deep uh
Doesn't
yeah, he has
yeah
small man syndrome.
yeah, that's what I
Is
was
what I
just going
meant.
to bring that up the other day. You said it's the ultimate case of small man syndrome.
Yeah, well, because even here, even at this point, he seems to be very resentful. Well, not even this point, but once our boy breaks out, he seems very resentful. Uh, afterwards, when he's saved by Kaneda after the like, but we'll get to that when we get to that, because right now
Indeed.
the seed transitions again,
To
and
them
we're
at
to
school.
yeah, we're to the school, and we actually can see that this is definitely not the particularly prestigious high school.
No, it is not. Is
They
it?
actually they even say they even have a line about it being not being a particularly like well off high school.
Well, yeah, this is like the last stop for delinquents, basically.
This is the last stop of delinquents, and they even mention they even kind of mention kind of what the basically the procedure here is to mention even if you're under 15, if you get more than 50 penalty points on your record, you're sent to the regular court. And none of these
Yep.
kids to give a shit about that. None of the kids
No.
that are in that guy's class, because that's just a class being lectured to, and then you get to the principal's office, and you get like what appears to be like I assume the gym teacher because he has like a
Yeah,
whistle
I
on
think so.
his he has a like whistle around his neck and he's in like a tracksuit and you get the principal and I guess the vice principal there. They're all like lined up and he just fucking socks each of them.
I love that. Discipline, discipline. And
Discipline,
they've all got,
discipline,
they've
discipline.
all got, they've all got the fucking bruises and the swollen cheeks when they come out. It's so.
Yeah, well, corporal
Um,
punishment in schools was allowed in I believe in Japanese schools at least at this time.
yeah, I think even here in England, I think it had only been outlawed in schools for about 10 years,
Well, I
maybe a little
know
less.
my one of my elementary schools because I went to several when I was a kid, but one of them still had corporal punishment, but the parents had to sign
Yeah.
off on it.
Oh damn.
It
Oh,
was
rip
this
to
was
those people. Rip to those kids. Yeah, you can beat my child. I don't care.
Well, basically, basically the parents could sign off on the kid getting spanked for misbehaving.
Well, there's schools in England back in the day. They used to do the ruler smack across the knuckles.
Yeah.
Thank God I wasn't in school back in those days, because just between you and me, and I guess everyone who will watch this, I was in trouble a lot. I was maybe 3 steps away from being where these kids are. Maybe not that bad.
But yeah, 'cause with these kids, yeah, they get the swole cheek. Yeah, I just find it really funny though. Yeah, because you've got like the principal cleaning his glasses, and he clearly looks like uncaring about this whole thing. He's just kind of
Yeah.
like watching as the gym teacher smacks the shit out of these kids.
Gym teachers smacking kids again. Must be a day ending in Y.
Oh no, I assume he called the gym teacher specifically to do this.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Because he's a gym teacher. He's going to get some power behind that shot, you know.
Yeah,
I love
but
when they leave Canadians, talking a big game. Like, yeah, try that again and see what happens.
yeah, he's like shit talk. He's doing the typical shit talking that delinquent dude. Like one of these days, you know, I'm gonna give it back to him.
He won't know what hit him.
And this is also when you get the girls come in.
Yep. Including, oh wait, I'm gonna get the name wrong. Cowrie?
Yeah, Cowrie, that is the correct name.
Nailed it.
But Cowrie doesn't seem as into it as the other girl, because the other girls are clearly just they are just the tag-alongs, you know. They're just
Yeah, the other ones are like the ones who flirt and want to have a good time, but Cowrie actually seems to care about Tetsuo.
she does. She doesn't get a lot of like screen time, but you get that impression because even in the scene, like the other girls are all like interacting with the boys, however much they can, and then Kaori's kind of just walking along behind them, and then just asks. Her immediate thing is to ask about Tetsuo. So she does
And
genuinely care about him. I mean, she also goes out of her way to meet up with him. It's unfortunate what happens to her.
it really is. 5-year-old me was quite traumatized by that.
Well, because Tetsuo does clearly. You can tell Tetsuo does care about her. It's just he's
Oh
so
yeah.
like out of it at that point.
And by the time she gets to him, even like in a few minutes from now when he first escapes, like he's already pretty much a lost cause.
Oh yeah, well at this point, Tetsuo's best option would actually be to just go with the Colonel, and you know, uh,
Yeah, 'cause
maybe the Colonel and the scientist guy could save him, but he has no reason to believe in them. That's the other
yeah,
thing. Like as far as he's concerned, these shady like government types kidnapped him.
and I mean, they're never. He's never going to be the person to trust any authority figure.
Yeah, exactly. He is not that guy.
So he's doomed.
But yeah, well, in this scene, you don't get a lot in this scene, but you get like the gang's impression too of what. Oh, you also get Kaneda actually yells at one of the chicks because which is another portion of kind of his protectiveness almost, because one of the gang members badmouths Tetsuo and says, "Yeah, that idiot was trying to show off."
Yeah,
And that guy doesn't get actually yelled at. Meanwhile, Kaneda is like kind of like slows down. He kind of looks at Kaori. You could tell he's kind of thinking, "Oh, it's Tetsuo's girl."
Yeah,
And he says that
he's
that baka. Uh, and then
mm.
the girl next to him starts like, "Oh, you mean Tetsuo?" And it's like, "Shut the fuck up, bitch! Stop your flirting. I'm sick of you."
Get out of my face. It's protective of Tetsuo, and maybe he's still smarting a little bit about Kai seeing right through him.
Yeah, he probably. I think that is definitely the impression too, because she's the girl that he does seem like the most interested in the whole show.
Yeah,
Like, I mean, look, he, he continues pursuing her after after she after she shoots somebody. So
I mean, a lot of their interactions later on, he's straight up acting delusional. Okay, then.
well,
Okay.
it's interesting because I feel like the mo the only thing he's serious about, so he gets serious about, is saving Tetsuo, and then later on, after Tetsuo is killed, members of the gang, where it's like, oh shit, I can't, I have to deal with this. But
Yeah, he does.
Kaneda, yeah, Kaneda doesn't really get like particularly serious. He gets serious in moments, but I feel like he's still treating it like a gang thing, like a high school bike gang thing.
Yeah, I mean, he's so in over his head that he kind of there's no possible way for him to take it as seriously as it probably deserves at certain points because he just has no idea what's going on, really.
Yeah. Uh, but yeah, then you go to the hospital, and yeah, you come to the hospital and you learn that Tetsuo has escaped the hospital. And you learn basically that he goes to Kaori's place.
Yep.
And he goes and meets up with Kaori. That's who he goes to, which is interesting to think about. That's his first that's the first place he goes.
He's and I feel like they're like kindred spirits in a way because she seems like another person who's kind of
She's
the
an
sort of
outsider
the
among
weak,
the girls.
yeah, and someone who also needs some protection, probably.
She's somebody who he feels like he can protect because he can't do that for any of the rest of the gang.
Right.
Because he is
Exactly.
kind of the smaller of the gang
Yeah, I think he's
guys.
meant to be a little bit younger than the others.
Yeah, that is the implicate. That's why he has very big little brother syndrome.
He does.
And we
Poor
also
guy.
know, well, we also know he isn't in the same class as Kaneda.
Yeah.
Because they don't seem to react to him, because they only notice him stealing Kaneda's bike, which is the next scene. Because
Yeah.
Tetsuo, after he meets up with her, he's like, yeah, we should run away together. We should just run away. And what's interesting is, too, this kind of loops back when he steals Kaneda's bike. This does kind of loop back, too, to the conversation about how he wouldn't be able to handle the bike, because we learn he isn't able to handle the bike.
Yeah. He's and it leads to disaster almost.
It does, yeah, because they're jumped by the clowns.
Yeah, I
This is the
didn't
last
notice. I've
appearance
just
of the clowns.
it is, and I just noticed that the street they're driving through does actually have clown graffiti all over it. So
It does, yeah, yeah.
bad decision on his part.
Well, you get the impression that this makes sense because the clowns are the nearest gang, probably. That it makes sense why
Yeah,
they are feuding with them specifically.
yeah. They have uh, what's the word?
Well,
Territory right next to each other, sort of thing.
this is also a thing with I don't know if it reflects how these gangs were back in the day, but it at least reflects how I've seen them a lot in media. Uh, uh, a lot of it would be like you have the schools gang, basically.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. I know what you mean.
Or it
Yeah.
would be like, yeah, it would be like, oh, you're from Yoshioko High? Oh, well, we don't really take kindly to people from Yoshioko here.
Then
This
they
is
start singing and dancing.
Shigarashi High territory, don't you know?
Then they start singing and dancing like they're in West Side Story.
Well, it is funny because at least a stereotype of greasers inspired a lot of this culture in Japan.
Hmm.
But it
That
happened
makes
like,
sense.
yeah, it happened like, 30 years later. But yeah, it is a thing where, like, there's that sort of like cross pollination of culture between Japan and the West,
Yeah,
where like
Japan.
something, yeah, they'll like to accept the random trends after oftentimes after they've fallen out of style in the U.S.
You know, there's the whole thing in music of like big in Japan. Like, if your band stops being as successful in the US, go tour Japan because you've probably just hit it big over there.
Yeah, yeah, it's kind of the same thing with Russia too. I know Accept became big in Russia after they kind of fell off in the U.S.
Yeah, that does happen a lot.
Yeah, I know you know rock and metal bands. You're familiar with Accept, right?
Yeah, oh yeah,
Yep, yep.
German band if I remember correctly.
I believe so. Yeah. It's actually a band I really like too.
Nice,
And it's funny because then
very nice.
they released their Stalingrad album to capitalize on this. This is obviously what 10 years ago at least.
Well, the most famous example in terms of Japan is that there's a band called Cheap Trick who were moderately successful in the US, but were massive in Japan. And the biggest success that Cheap Trick ever had is when they put out a live album that they recorded in Japan because they were so huge over there. They're still
Yeah.
huge over there.
Yeah, so yeah, but
Anyway,
anyway, Tetsuo uh he takes Kaneda's bike. Uh the the bike seems to stall out because while changing gears, he makes a mistake because this bike is obviously it's set up in a way that only Kaneda would really know its specs, but apparently it can't like drop below a certain like RPM, I guess.
yeah, I think that's right. Tetsuo, to Tetsuo's credit, he does figure it out.
Yeah,
Just a
he
little bit.
realizes it, but obviously, like, uh, that's something that Kaneda specifically probably set up just to be more hardcore too.
Yeah, probably. It might be a anti-theft thing as well.
Yeah, well, yeah, because it doesn't work that way here.
Yeah, exactly. You get on a bike and you're like, cool, I got a sweet ass bike. Well, wait a minute, why does it stop moving?
And the girl, Kaori, hops off and she's like, "Oh, my butt hurts," which kind of implies she's not used to like riding on this type of thing, or
True.
maybe even that Kaneda didn't like build this bike to have somebody like ride on it with them.
Yeah, maybe. He does seem like the sort of person who would never want anyone else to touch the bike.
Yeah, yeah, that is the impression I get too, because it's interesting. The bike is very personalized compared to even the
Hmm.
bikes that we see. Like you can kind of tell it. You can kind of tell that yeah, Kaneda, that is like a thing he values. He puts a lot of pride into his bike.
Yeah, his bike is a part of his personality. Everyone
Well,
else's bikes seems like just whatever bike they could get, get their hands on. Whereas Canada sort this bike out.
yeah. Well, he because he has all the stickers on it too.
Yep.
Yeah, so yeah,
Um,
that it seems at least like a point of pride for him. It's probably his most consistent companion in the movie too.
yeah, it actually is. Yeah.
But yeah, Tetsuo stalls out, and then that's when the clowns attack and they hit Kaori specifically. That's the first thing they do, and then they hit him. The
Yeah, and
clowns
he's
clearly are okay with just hitting random women. They do seem
yeah.
more. Yeah, they seem a lot more unhinged than Kaneda's gang again. Because I feel like
Well,
Kaneda's gang would kind of be like, "What? You hit a woman? What are you, a
yeah.
pussy?"
I mean, the first reaction Tetsuo has is not to get up and fight, but to get up and check on her.
Well, yeah, and that's another one of those things where it's very clear he can, especially when you get his reaction after they're
Yep.
bailed out. But because yeah, as this is happening, the gang is like getting together, or at least getting together who they can. Because it's only like Kaneda and two other guys that kind of goes to bail out Tetsuo. But yeah, they
Yep.
do go and bail them out. Well, also the another thing is yeah the clowns tear off Kaori's shirt, so
Yeah.
they're probably a lot more hostile, a lot more violent, and they're also willing to destroy Kaneda's bike.
Yeah, that's the bit. The fact that they're going to destroy Kaneda's bike, which would not go well for Tetsuo. Not at all.
Yeah, it is interesting because you also get a really cool scene of Kaneda here when the guy tries to ram him. The guy tries
All
to
right,
ram. Yeah, the guy's like going to ram him, and Tetsuo jumps on the bike and fucking drop kicks him.
right in the face. Oh,
Yeah, and yeah, after that, you get like the cut and with Kaori waking up, and they're beating the shit out of like the remaining guy.
yeah.
We don't know what
Tetsuo.
happened to the other two.
No, Tetsuo is definitely more than willing to kill this guy.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is one of the like earliest signs of just how unhinged Tetsuo actually is, and I think a part
Yeah,
of it is that the guy endangered Kaori, but also Tetsuo is just mad. So when Kaori actually gets involved with the argument, but I think Tetsuo was also mad because he had to be saved again.
yeah. That's what I was just gonna say. He's obviously mad that Kaneda had to come in and save him again. He's got. He's protective of Kara, but he's also got something to prove. Like I can handle myself.
Yeah, he's got small man syndrome. He's got little brother syndrome. That's what he has.
He's got both wrapped up in one.
Yep, yep.
A dangerous combination.
And on top of that, he's also got the problem of, he's not clearly like he's not completely there in the head. Probably because of the whole psychic powers erupting. Like that clearly
Yeah,
does affect his mental state.
absolutely. He's not. There's just all these factors coming together that just have set him completely on the edge,
Yeah,
and that's gonna be a thing in a second when he starts having these
yeah,
flashes.
yeah. Because he has these flashes, and then including like the ground collapsing under him, and like his own guts spewing out.
Yep. Just before that, when he has the first flashes, what he actually sees, if you go frame by frame, is the end of the movie.
Oh wait, I actually missed that. Hold on.
Yeah, these first flashes when it first comes up. There you go. I don't know how to take a screenshot,
Yeah,
but
in this scene.
yeah, let me
Yeah, I'm like looking at the movie now because I missed that.
they're very quick.
Yeah, because I'm kind of having the movie play as we talk, just as kind of a background thing, just so that just so that I can keep the events in. Because, like I said, this is a very dense movie.
It really is. There's a lot. Um, the only problem is how to text screens.
Yeah, and I think you're right. Let me.
Here you go. I'm gonna put one in the Discord
Yes,
chat
yes,
so you
you
can
kind
see
of
this
do.
is my
Yeah, you
view.
get. Yes, you do basically get the end. He is, and we also know precog is a power. Yeah, yep.
Yep. That's
Precognition
one of the
is a
flashes.
power that it. Yeah. Do I put this on screen?
That's the good question.
You know what? You know what? I had to see it, so we will.
So does everyone.
Let me image. Okay, browse. Hold on, I have to save the image first. That's right.
Oh, there was some more. Let me see if I can get a shot one of them.
There we go, chat. There you go. There's the flash that he's talking about, which yeah is very revealing for what happens at the end of the movie. I'll take that off screen now. I know it's a bit it's not very visually stimulating.
Oh boy. There's a couple more as well. You see the flashback to Tetsuo and Kaneda when they were younger, and you also see a shot of Akira.
Yeah, you do see a shot of Akira. I remembered that one. But yeah, it's interesting because Akira really doesn't actually have a character. He is just a plot device. He like appears at the end of the movie and disappear, and then well,
Yep.
yeah, what happens happens. But he isn't really a character, uh, as much as he's mentioned. But
Yeah, I
yes,
mean, my memory always is whenever I watch this film, I always forget that he actually shows up at the end.
yeah. Actually, chat. Let me leave that on screen for a few more minutes. But yeah, you get these flashes, and yeah, I didn't notice that. That's a really cool detail that they that because we know precognition is a power. Uh,
Yeah.
yeah, and I was always kind of wondering about it, but this kind of functions in similar way to how it functions with the girl later, because they say that how oh this was her power, her precognition uh power kicking in. That's what was saying this when it comes to that. But yeah, he sees that, and then he does see like the him dying and his gets spewing out, and the ground collapsing under him, and then you get the government spooks kind of swooping in.
This is what you were talking about earlier as well. They have a radar tracking system, and there's a blue dot that is Tetsuo, which I guess basically detects people with psychic powers. I guess.
It's either that or it's a person of interest that the government has
Oh yeah,
highlighted.
maybe.
That's the only other like consideration I have for what the blue dot means, but I think it is
Because
absolutely somebody who's flagged for either reason.
Because
And
I
I
think if they've got these three kids in the lab, they probably have some way of sort of isolating that whatever the gene is that makes the psychic
no,
powers happen, and maybe they can
yeah,
flag it.
well, considering that the scientist guy is in there, and also that the blue dot, so the rest of the dots have. This is another interesting thing that I think highlights that maybe is the psychic powers. So when you see the rest of the dots, they have a like field of vision sort of thing on them. The blue dots is much longer.
Oh, yeah. That probably would suggest psychic powers, and yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Cause let me snipping to all this real quick, and I'll put it on screen.
Oh, you're right. It's wider and it goes longer.
Yeah, it's wider, it goes longer, and yeah, it's also just specifically stated, and the scientist that handles like the psychic powers and stuff is also in here.
Yep.
Yeah,
All
yeah.
makes sense to me.
Let me put that on screen for chat. I will swap. This is a good thing is I can kind of just swap it, swap the prior image for this. This is one of the things I actually do like that OBS does. Is that way I don't need to. Yeah, there we go. That's the radar we see, and that blue dot would be Tetsuo. Yeah, so I think that's a very clear. This is interesting too because his thing is also colored differently because you have the red, yellow, the flat sliding into green with his field of vision. I'm wondering if that's supposed to indicate something too.
Yeah, I wonder if they can
Mm,
trace
Well,
what
so
power he's using or something like that.
I thought actually this ties into some of the events earlier when he's after he's captured. Uh, because you get the other kids appearing in this kind of visions, and originally I was
Yes.
wondering why the other kids were fucking with him, but I'm kind of wondering if instead of that, it's the distance kind of indicates sort of tolerance around other psychic influences or something like that.
Maybe. That makes sense.
Yeah, because it always was weird to me that the other kids, the kids were appearing in his like psychic visions and fucking with him.
I have a theory, but I'll let us get more to the scenes in the hospital before I elucidate on them because I'm not 100% convinced of
Yeah,
my
yeah.
theory.
Well, we can get to that. Yeah. So, yeah, basically, the government, the guys whoop in to like grab Tetsuo, and the scientist is in fact like involved in this radar thing.
Hmm.
So it's a very part of me wonders if he doesn't like if they don't because they don't whoop in like, oh, that's that Tetsuo guy that we're looking for. It's, oh, this is a blue dot we need to swoop in immediately.
Yeah, like it might be someone else showing powers off.
Yeah, it's not treated as like that's the subject we're looking for, even though it is. But it is treated as this is that's a blue dot. We need to move in, and that you then wonder if maybe they have been like grabbing other people too.
Yeah, I mean, the implication would be that they sweep out every now and again just to look, just in case. I mean,
Yeah.
Tetsuo's number 27, 26. So they've
Uh,
obviously.
well, Akira's number 28, so
Oh, okay. So he must be
uh,
20. I don't know.
which
There's the other kid.
if yeah, if the other kids are lower than that, so it makes you wonder if maybe their
Yeah.
aging is halted.
Yeah, maybe. Because the others are 25, 26, and 27.
Yeah, and Akira's supposed to be 28, and I only know this because I watched the the Blu-ray has a attached interview that was done after where the director specifically says that Akira is 28 because I didn't
Okay.
notice it.
I think it does say his number on the place where they're keeping him, but I
Yeah,
never remember it.
yeah, but according to the director, Akira is 28.
Interesting. And we can trust the director because he also wrote the manga.
Yeah,
So I'm going to assume he knows what he's talking about.
Also, I should probably update the description once we're done. I forgot to credit Iron for making the. I always do this. I always forget to credit Iron for making the thumbnail. But yeah,
Yeah.
anyone who's watching the VOD or watching this live, if we actually have any viewers, because I I think it would probably just be Party and maybe me. But yeah, subscribe to Iron Mandra. Uh, yeah, his link will be in the description in the VOD at least, and I'll probably throw his link into the chat too. But yeah,
Yeah.
he does all my thumbnails or most of my thumbnails.
Including this thumbnail. This lovely
Yes.
thumbnail.
Yeah. There we go. I've got his link. All right. Let me pull up the chat. But yeah, I think it's safe to say that that whatever the case, they have it marked differently, and then we get a cut to another scene immediately after. Because I believe that's when they cut to the guys hanging out at the sort of mall area
It,
after Tetsuo is grabbed by the government.
yep. Canada gets knocked on his ass again.
Yep, I think by the colonel specifically too.
I think so, yeah. And I
Yeah,
think,
so that the area they're hanging out in is interesting too because it's like it's got this visual of sort of a public sort of square, but it's like it's like a high it's like an overhanging bridge
yeah,
connected
it's
to
like a
like two
walkway.
buildings. Yeah, it's like a walkway with like a fountain on it though. It's interesting to think
It
about.
is, yeah. And I believe there's a line here by one of the girls that I think Tetsuo, not Tetsuo, Kaneda's bike has been impounded.
That is kind of the implication, at least. They imply that the girls imply that these guys don't even have bikes now,
Yeah,
and they're acting like, oh, they're boring and they're bored, and so the girls just kind of like leave them,
abandoned them.
which is interesting because it does also highlight how superficial this is, and I think it
Yeah,
also kind of highlights why Kaneda might be interested in someone like Kai, who is dedicated to a cause and is dedicated in a way that isn't just
f-
superficial.
uh, yeah, surface level fun. She's actually got something going on in her life.
Yeah, yeah, and I think that's if you want to like dig deep, I think that's why that does explain something because yeah, you see the chicks that are like hanging around these guys and they are just looking for like superficial fun and they're looking for the superficial sort of cool guy aesthetic.
And a bike is very important to that. No bike, no deal.
Yeah. This is also where you do get a little bit more world building with the, but you also get the reappearance of Kai and the terrorists
Yeah,
because they blow up a
they
mall.
they blow blah blah.
Which I don't know if I would pursue that. I feel like I would rather have the superficial fucking chicks over the terrorists blowing up random. Well, we
Yeah,
don't know if they blew up the mall specifically or just the bill. Yeah, no, they blew up the mall. Okay.
yeah, they definitely did. I mean, seeing how well it goes for the guys who actually blew it up, I wouldn't be going anywhere near it.
Well, yeah, you get all these like people running away too. Yeah, and yeah, the guys who go uh, he's running just get fucking blown away by full auto.
Yeah, it doesn't end well for them at all. Jesus Christ, they get sprayed with so many bullets.
Well, this is the thing too. We don't really get any information about what this revolutionary group is like trying to do.
No, blowing up the mall, that's an interesting choice.
Yeah, well, because we know there's there's two anti flavors of anti-government here. You get the cult that's I think kind of radical primitivists. They're like anti-technology, and then you get
Hmm.
Kai's group, which I don't think we get any specific details on.
No, the only thing we really know is they're trying to get a kid out of the facility, and they are working with one of the mole on the special council.
Yeah. So at the very and who is, by the way, clearly using them to just fuck over the colonel.
Yeah, that's that much is obvious. They're just pawns being used in a political bitch fight.
But yeah, yeah. So she blows up the mall, and then we get her getting put into. I think it's supposed to be like a some kind of dumbwaiter or something.
Yeah, I think so. In a
And then
warehouse?
from yeah, I don't know
Or is it a
exactly what it
restaurant?
is.
I think it's a
I
restaurant. There's
it
like
looked
pots and
like
pans.
yeah, it looked like a restaurant, which maybe there's like a business at the bottom of this that like
Yeah,
specifically does the dishes for all the restaurants on this like tower or whatever.
yeah, that makes sense.
I could see that being a thing that's done. Rather than like doing
Yeah,
your own dishes, you just get like a business that's specifically dedicated to it. Hmm, I can
yeah,
kind of see that being a thing. And then it like sends a lift up for to each floor. Basically, I could see that as a thing, but we don't really get details. We just know this could
yeah.
also be like a trash chute or something like that.
Yeah, could be. I
Which
mean,
I
given where it ends up, maybe.
yeah. Yeah, either way, we know we get her like hiding there, and we get the other guy, the guy that seems like the older guy that he seems to be the guy in charge, I guess, of the outside of the
Yeah,
council member of the terrorist group.
yeah, I think so.
But yeah,
Ryu, I think his name is.
Kaneda seems to like well, after seeing them running away, he rushes to kind of well, he rushes because he sees the hot chick. He's it's interesting because I like I said, it's very clear that Kaneda is very in over his head and doesn't really seem to
He doesn't.
understand what's
Yeah, he
going
doesn't
on, really.
understand. He's completely oblivious to anything going on in the wider world.
Yeah, he is definitely.
But he's got gumption.
Yep. It's
Maybe he's got
very
more,
interesting
more.
considering he's one of the most important characters.
Yeah, he's got kind of. He's more got more bravery than brains. Maybe a little bit.
Yeah, kind of, yes. At the very least, he's not I don't think he's thinking this through at all.
Not even a little bit.
Also, we get more clown graffiti, yeah. So
Yeah, we
this is
do.
still their territory.
The
Or at least
territory is
this
pretty big.
yeah. Yeah, there it is. Yeah. Though we also get a line later where it's talking about the security checkpoints, and it specifically says even the clowns won't dare. So it might just be that the other gangs are kind of letting themselves get locked into their territory because they don't want to deal with the checkpoints, and that the clowns are taking
Yeah,
advantage. That's another possibility.
yeah, that does make sense. The clowns seem pretty fearless, I guess. They're pretty. Well, I mean, they're called clowns, so I don't think they're very mentally stable.
Yeah. Oh, that's interesting. I'll have to look at that later. The thing Evolved posted. But all right.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I'm not gonna mention what it is on my channel. But yeah, yeah, the clowns seem to be like, you can probably assume they're probably one of the more unhinged street gangs, but they're also taking advantage of the fact that others probably. I'd imagine law enforcement right now is just getting like more and more ramped up, where they're just more eager to shoot. But yeah, so Kay, she ends up in this kind of sewer area, being pursued by two guys, and I believe she actually one of she I believe she does actually shoot one of them. What happens to the
She
other one?
does.
Is the other one the
Canada,
guy? Yeah, yeah. Kaneda knocks him into the water, but we don't. Do we see him after that?
he does come up coughing and spluttering. There's something wrong with this water.
Yes. Well, it's either like part of a canal or it's like full on sewer water.
Yeah, it looks like it's sewer. Yeah, you see him sort of scrambling out and
Yeah,
coughing and
yeah,
spluttering.
yeah. But yeah, the other guy is killed. Full on like
Oh yeah,
killed, and it's interesting too because when you then cut back to Tetsuo at the hospital a bit, and yeah, and I think you're getting like flashbacks of his past too, where I guess
yeah,
his like his dad seems to like hand over custody to his mom, and then he ends up in this like the children's home.
yeah. And some kind of orphanage, I think, of some kind.
Yeah, and
And that's
this is one
predates
of those
Canada.
visual like montages where it's kind of hard to follow exactly. But basically Tetsuo does seem to be well you do know that Kaneda mentions children's home later on. Like that's where they
Yeah,
go back to. So whatever happened with his mom, uh, if I had to guess, I'd say that the dad either had to give custody or ran out on him, and then Tetsuo somehow ends up in a children's home.
yeah. I mean, it might be that his mother was so poor that she had to give him up because she couldn't look after him.
That's also possible, especially given that a lot of the economic stuff seems to be a
Yeah,
major part of this film with the disgraced thing. Because it feels like a lot of the problems that this society is coming down with ties back to that one prime minister.
yeah. It does seem like it. Just a mess. It completely fucking breaks everything. It seems like with these. I know they mentioned tax reforms.
Yeah, they mentioned tax reforms and that those led to government, those led to large scale unemployment.
And the government pretty much being out of money.
Yeah, yeah, well, yeah, because the government's also talking about like how they could wrap, they could have put the when we get to the council scene, they kind of imply that there's a lot of other things they could have used the money for the colonel's program for, like the welfare program is specifically mentioned,
Yeah,
and you also get the fact that all the overtime for dealing with these anti-government groups has literally drained the public services budget entirely.
yeah. They're not doing well.
Yeah. We don't even get any like details of exactly what happened. It's just that we're basically getting like the end results. So it, I think that makes it more relatable in a way that because I think everyone's dealt with like some like stupid government policies that have caused problems. Everyone in the world at any time who've dealt with that.
Hmm. And
And
it's
it's like, yeah, because like some ill thought out policy or ill or poorly implemented policy. We don't know any details specifically.
yeah, we just know the impact that it has, and it's sort of kind of background noise because these kids don't really
Yeah, with these kids,
care
it
that it.
doesn't really matter what happened. It just matters that where they are, if you know what I mean.
Yeah,
Yeah, because at the end of the day, doesn't really matter what happened. It matters what the consequences were.
yeah,
Yeah, it doesn't matter if the person might have been well-meaning, might have even had like a good reason to put in these these reforms that seem to like have broken everything. What matters is everything is broken.
exactly. And there's nothing. I mean, I don't think many changes in policy is going to change where these kids are at this point.
Nope, not at this point. So they're all sorts of, they're because they're the product of their environment and their experiences. And when it comes to this point, I'm just trying to get the video back to where we are because we just did the killing, and I believe it cuts to Tetsuo's bag. I'm trying to make sure I'm not missing anything with Tetsuo's thing. With
With the
Tetsuo's
flashbacks,
skin. Yeah, the
yeah,
flashback.
no, we just see him in the playground, and then he starts disintegrating, and he wakes up in his hospital bed.
Yeah, yeah, because we see him we see him handed off to the kid, and then we see him in what I assume is the children's home, and then we see I guess him and I think Kaneda at the so everything collapsing, and then yeah, he's in the hospital. He's not doing exactly well. He's kind of getting fucked with. And the implication, I think, is that it's the powers themselves fucking with him. But I also think that I originally thought that it was the kids fucking with him. But yeah, after we get him, we go to the scientist and the girl, the girl of the psychic trio.
Yeah. Um.
And she seems to speak a psychic prediction, which is basically predicting what happens at the end of the movie. Basically,
Yeah.
a lot of people die because Tetsuo awakens his powers. Yeah,
And
because
goes
she
to
had a dream.
goes to yeah, goes to find Akira.
Yeah, yeah. The city will be covered by a dark shadow and crumble. A lot of people will die, and we met Akira again. So this is just another point where they're like kind of saying what happens at the end of the movie.
Yep. And see, I'm wondering if these kids want that to happen because they want to meet Akira again, but they they sometimes they act like they're scared of Akira, but like at a certain point, she sort
Yeah,
of
because
plants the idea. She sort of plants the idea in Tetsuo's mind to go find Akira.
it's interesting because with the kids, they seem to definitely they definitely get involved trying to stop everything, but at the same
Yeah,
time they do plant that flag at least, or at least they maybe they tell him because they don't want him to die or anything.
Maybe it could be that.
That's the interesting thing because, as said, these kids, their number is lower than Akira's. And
Mm.
Akira was responsible for the thing 60 years ago, so they might be
Yeah.
older than they look.
Yeah, I mean they because I think there's a line where they offer Tetsuo a drug to sort of suppress his powers, and it's intimated that that would make him deteriorate physically like the kids have. So I'm wondering if the power whatever they give them to sort of suppress their powers sort of stunted their growth.
That could be, yeah, because well, especially because Tetsuo's powers seem more advanced than that, despite
Yeah,
them having had them for longer.
because
So
they get whatever
it's
that.
either the drug or it's maybe that it's maybe the drug and maybe they got cut off before they really became like a problem. Because Akira seems older than the three of them too. Because the three of them look to be like
Yeah,
stunted at the younger end of the spectrum. Like
because
the
it
three
might
of
have
them
something
seem
to do.
yeah.
It might have something to do with going through, starting to go through puberty. Maybe unlocks more, or if
Well,
you've gone through puberty.
especially because I remember there's a line earlier or there's a line later when Tetsuo has his powers that he says that kind of makes me think maybe it is something. Because she says like adults shouldn't be using the powers like this, something
Right.
like that,
Yeah.
and that makes me think maybe it did like full on stunt their growth and maybe even their like mental development.
Yeah. It's possible. Makes sense.
Because it was like it's always been like that's a weird thing to note.
Yeah. Very interesting.
But yeah, we cut to I believe the Colonel, and is this when we get the Colonel in the council scene?
Oh
Well,
no,
we
this is
get
them.
yeah we get them talking on the elevator.
Yeah, this is them going to where Akira is stored.
Yeah, yeah, and I think the council scene isn't too far off from this. But yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, they're going to where Akira's stored, and there you get a lot of like lore dumping during this, especially
Yeah.
between the science and a lot of just the thematics too between the with the conversations between the scientist and the colonel.
Yeah. We get a
Because
flashback to earlier.
yeah, well, you also get so the scientist asks specifically like, oh, if is the power that is the next stage in human evolution, and the colonel
Mm.
seems to like he doesn't seem to like care if that's the case. Like he says actually he specifically says scientists are a bunch of romantics. So I
Yeah.
don't
He's,
I think he's just like yeah that's a bad thing. And he
yeah. I
says
think
military men always consider the risks first. That's the line I stopped
yeah.
on right here.
Because he's much more pragmatic about it. It's like it doesn't matter whether it's the next evolution, human evolution or not. The only thing that matters is what we're going to do about it.
Well, he actually says we've come so far since it's been 30 years. We've come so far out of the rubble. We can't just trade it for a new one.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like
like
his main priority is making sure that what happened before doesn't happen again.
yeah, because a lot of people died essentially.
Yep, Tokyo went boom.
Yeah, and it's funny because the scientists are like, I've always thought you hated this city. When this, I think, is where you get like the colonel's view on it.
Yeah, you do.
Here's the line: the passion to build has cooled, and the wait, what is it? The passion to build is cooled, and I'm trying to stop on it specifically.
Compassion to build is called and the joy of reconstruction forgotten. Now it's just a garbage heap made up of a bunch of hedonistic fools.
Yeah, yeah. Which kind of, I I think that implies a lot about the state of like the city.
Yep, his view on it too.
Yes, absolutely. Because we do see like a lot of things happen with the old city, and we get like basically reconstruction hasn't been done despite it being 30 years on a lot of the old city. This
Yeah,
city specifically, it looks like a lot of it, like the when we get scenes of the larger, a lot, it's basically just surrounded by the old city. This is just like the
yeah,
internals of the old of what used to be the city, what is Neo Tokyo.
yeah. They're surrounded on all sides by empty ghost town, basically.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of what the Colonel is kind of appealing to. Well, it's like we haven't really rebuilt. We haven't really like we got to the superficial level and then we just stopped. And
People,
he clearly hates that.
yeah, watching people be content just to fucking drink and drug and be in biker gangs.
Yeah, because this even like the upstanding parts of the city don't seem to be doing that well.
Well, no, like at every level of social strata, there's like corruption and sleaziness around all of it.
Yeah, yeah, at least as far as we see. Yeah, and it's very clear the Colonel hates that. And I
Yeah,
find that very interesting to his character, especially because it's highlighted that way too.
yeah, it's very interesting. His character's got more depth to it than we initially presumed.
Yep, and as far as far as where it goes, he's also trying to think of how to fix it.
Yeah, he's trying to, and what, and he's trying to figure out how all this like psychic stuff fits into it and how what the dangers are going to be. He doesn't
Yeah.
want to spend all this time reconstructing the city if it's just going to be destroyed by these new powered people.
Yeah, well, especially cuz that this is a highly like focused part of this whole story is that is very clearly a thing that is arising that in outside of his control at this point. It's been arising sort of in control with what they have. Like uh but he even brings up like with the prediction that the psychic child gave. He does bring that up to the council, and the council seems to think it's just excuses. He
Yeah,
it's it's also
they
mentioned he
don't,
hates the political maneuvering, so
yeah,
which it's interesting because the guy he said that to is one of the politicians, and I think
yep.
and doesn't like actually say anything. So I think he was yeah. It's basically he just hates that there's no like trust involved in the politics of it.
hmm He's
Yeah,
just,
because yeah, it's no there's nothing genuine there. Because
yeah, it's
eventually
all,
he does just seize power.
it does.
Yeah, well, because
Cause
they basically ousted him, and he's like, no, no, not right now. You
yeah,
shoot him.
there's shit going on, and it's the only way anything's going to get done,
Yeah,
at
yeah.
least from his point of view.
Well, but especially because he's trying to stop basically the next apocalypse. But well,
Yeah,
the city being destroyed. Like, as far as he knows at that point, the city's gonna be destroyed in like 48 hours. Which it
yep,
is.
it is. He's not wrong.
Yeah, and then, but after that scene, you get, Kaneda talking to the girl, and she's looking for, the guy. Ryu, I think?
Ryu, yeah.
Kaneda's just basically talking to her, but actually talking to himself, and like what's done is done. Is the guy's dead, and you feel like he's kind of coping.
Yeah, he's got this whole delusion going on. Like I saved you twice, so that means we're going out now, right?
Well, he's doing that, but I think he's also because he's responsible for that guy dying in a lot
Oh yeah.
of sense. I think there's a degree where he's coping, where he's just like, oh well, you didn't know what you were doing, and what's done is
Mm,
done, and the guy's dead. But he's like projecting that onto her. I think he's purely projecting though.
I think so. Yeah. Like there's nothing we could have done. It's all we had to do what we had to do.
And it sucks that happened, but the guy's dead. Yeah,
Yep. Nothing can change that. Let's move on.
yeah. It's very interesting. Yeah, he says we can start out. We're young. We can start over. I'll go with you to the police. That was the first
Oh
time you ever
yeah.
killed somebody, right? Anyway, once you've purified your body and soul, let's go out for tea or something. Don't kick yourself over it, okay? What's done is done. The guy is dead. I'm just reading out these lines that he's saying. Yeah, yeah, that absolutely does sound like he's coping.
He is. He's coping so hard.
Well, he's still trying to like put it together. I feel like he's like, what the fuck just happened?
Yeah. She blew up a mall. I chased after her. We killed a guy.
Yeah, and that's clearly fucking with him. And
It
then
shows
yeah, the
how
terrorist buddies show up too.
they do.
But yeah, it shows
And they
what?
meet. It shows that like even though they're like in this gang, that kind of shows just that they don't commit like really egregious crimes
Yeah,
because
this
it's
is
probably the first
definitely
time.
the first time that he's at least confronted like somebody dying as a direct result of his
Yeah,
actions.
like he's never had to deal with that before.
Yeah. Yeah, it does highlight, yeah, because he's used to like juvenile sort of like scraps, essentially. Like, yeah, there's an intensity to it, and somebody could get like seriously hurt, but it's also like
I mean,
they're young enough that they can kind of brush it off.
yeah, and I think also it's like a lot of the people that they do commit violence on is other like gang members. It's probably the first
Yeah,
time he's seen like a cop be killed.
yeah, there's a degree of like consenting to it there too,
Yeah,
or people who are unfortunately like caught in the crossfire, but then they don't really see the actual like consequences of that usually. So
yeah,
it probably doesn't matter to them.
they're usually moving on pretty quickly, not having to sit and deal with it.
Yeah. Uh, it's very different though if you're actually like confronted directly with like, oh shit, that guy is dead, and it's kind of my fault.
Yep.
My fault and this chick I'm chasing after, who is still hot, but
I have my limits, maybe.
because it's funny because he's like when he's like confronted by the terms of like, well, I guess saying a guy's boyfriend might be. He feels like he's kind of gaslighting himself because he's like, well, I've already done all this for her.
Yeah, come on, guys. It
But he
doesn't.
gets like
They,
thrown
they
into like a room.
he immediately gets fucking put in. Well, not
Yeah, he gets
prison, but he
locked in
gets
a bathroom.
imprisoned. Doesn't he get knocked himself out as well on the floor?
Well, he definitely falls into the room, but he's not knocked out. No, he seems to have hit his head, but he's like clutching his head when they cut back to him.
Oh yeah,
And
and
yeah,
this is
we
where we.
get the terrorist cell seems to have gotten like last minute orders.
Yeah, from their contact. Now
Yeah,
they're sneaking in to get Tetsuo.
yeah, yeah. I think that's the idea: is they sneak in to get Tetsuo, and I think this is, and they also get the lab passes. They also have the lab passes into the lab that specifically stated to be issued once a week,
Yeah, so they don't. They've gotten this dumped on them at the last minute, and they don't really have a lot of time to plan out a strategy to get in.
which makes sense considering how badly it goes.
Yeah,
uh, but yeah, I think the idea is that the council guy that is working with them is trying to undermine the colonel.
yeah, I think so. Because
And,
if someone goes missing from their lab, pretext to shut them down.
well, yeah, yeah, because he clearly wants to shut them down, and I think the implication is he's doing it for his own personal gain.
Yeah, I think he's just doing it so that he can probably so that he can funnel off some of the funds from it into his own pocket,
Yep.
and not for some higher purpose. Like these guys in the, or at least Ryu and Kai seem to have some higher ideal that they're working towards, but they've gotten in bed with the wrong person.
Hold on, there's some shitting on someone I don't like in a Discord. I have to type for.
Of course.
Sorry, I had to give my 2 cents there. Usually, I turn off my alerts.
Yeah, as you should.
All right, there we go. I turned them off. But yeah, and they specifically say from Mr. Nezu. I don't know
Yeah,
if that's a code name or the guy's actual name.
yeah. I don't. I mean, he can't be. He might be so stupid to use his own name.
Yeah, yeah. But yeah, so we get information that they are specifically going after the new subject, which is Tetsuo.
Tetsuo.
Yeah, and we also get the number of the boy that they the boy from the highway incident, which is
Yeah,
number 26, and we know he's Takashi. Hear him
yeah.
from later. But yeah, looks like he's at
And we
a vocational training school. That's what they're going to. For
hmm,
the delinquents.
interesting.
But yeah,
Is that just
so the it seems like the this terrorist group's view is this is like for some kind of weird human experimentation, and that's what's
yeah,
going on. Well, and it's funny because technically that's what's happening, but knowing the full context, they are kind of in the wrong.
yeah, a little bit.
Because it's kind of
There's
fate of the world.
yeah, there's some higher stakes here, guys.
But they're only operating off the information they know, and we also get the impression the council doesn't understand the stakes either, because they
Yeah, the
go into
council.
infighting as soon as like the colonel
Yeah,
starts talking.
yeah, the council have no idea. They're so out of the loop on almost everything.
And it's funny because it doesn't feel like it's even the colonel's fault there.
No, he's trying to get them to understand, but they're just so focused on of other things, on everything else.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of Shin Godzilla in a lot of ways. Also, Kaneda is listening in on the terrorist group, and he got into the vents.
Not pretty impressive.
Well, it is pretty impressive, only in that they seem to have just believed he was helpless and he would just sit there in the bathroom locked up.
Yep.
But it's very telling of Kaneda because obviously he is not the type to just sit there and wait for them to let him out. So the fact that he
No,
was
he's
able to
not.
like do something, yeah, he's a man of action. I feel like him in another world, he and the Colonel would have gotten along really well.
Yeah, probably. Canada's the one to act. He's not just going to sit around wait for things to happen to him.
Yep.
Even though that's almost sort kind of what happens to him for a lot of this movie. Things just sort of happen, and he's just like,
Yeah,
I have no idea what's going on.
and Kaneda actually does sign up on the goal to get go with the terrorists because from his perspective, like yeah, his best friend is being human experimented on.
Yeah, he's got to save Tetsuo again.
Yep, as
It's
per
one of his
usual.
primary drives. Yeah, exactly.
Like, but it, it's not even just him being protective of Tetsuo, because you do get the impression he probably would have done this for any of the homies.
Yeah, probably. And then on top of that, he probably would have done it because he likes Kai as well.
Yes. I don't know if you'd go that far for Kai. Not after getting locked in the bathroom, at least. Maybe. He
Well,
is
maybe
he
like I
is
said,
a dedicated skirt chaser.
he is. You can't downplay that.
Yeah. But we also cut to one of our latest politicking with the Colonel scenes.
Hmm.
Yeah, because the Colonel is talking to guy we later learned to be the mole.
Indeed. Is that the Colonel or is that Ryu?
I'm pretty sure. Wait, is it not the Colonel? Let me double check. Oh no, it is Ryu. I thought it was Colonel.
They've got a similar.
They've got a similar facial structure.
Yeah, and I think they've both got mustaches as well.
Yep, yep. But the Colonel doesn't. The old face is different. Yeah, that is Ryu. So it's Ryu and the basically their contact on the council who they they're both talking about the state of things and the state of the city and what they're going to be doing. Will you be taking the boy with you? And uh, and basically whether they're taking Kaneda, and it's also talking about how Neo Tokyo is about to change. So
This
what's
is
interesting, I think, is all the major players in like the government part of the show series actually do hate the state of things now. They want to change it, or at least they're preaching to try to change it. Like the Colonel wants to change things. Uh,
yeah,
Rio wants to change things for the better. The Colonel probably also would get along with Rio
probably yeah.
if they met under other circumstances.
And then this
Yeah,
guy says he wants to change the city, but probably
yeah,
not if it doesn't mean he can't make financial gain from it.
yeah. He's clearly gaining. He's using it.
Yeah,
Well, and he also brings attention to the cult.
the Akira cult.
Yeah,
They call,
yeah.
what do they call it? It's Akira something to do with the wind.
I didn't get the name of the cult actually, so.
Oh no, I'm not going to be able to remember that.
But yeah, there is a cult that we do actually kind of meet too. So
It's a nice wrinkle on things and that fact that I mean, I guess the knowledge of Akira must have leaked out somehow.
I think the idea is that this council guy probably had terrorists at least leak it.
Yeah, probably.
Because he uses the fact that has leaked out later to his advantage.
He does at the council meeting, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. Yeah, so I think that's the idea is like he's probably working this from multiple fronts. Like, I don't think he's only working with this group. You know, this group
Yeah,
seems to be idealists who just want to change for the better. And
yeah,
I I get the
he's a
impression
sort
he's
of,
probably also stoked these guys to be like revolutionaries.
yeah, probably. He's the sort of guy that's going to be working as many different angles as he can to try and come out on top.
Yeah. Yeah, well, and he doesn't mention Akira to Ryu. And he
He
points,
does,
yeah,
yeah.
he points out the cult. He says we aren't the ones who will change it, Bravo. Those citizens who vote for Akira will. And he's talking essentially about this cult that seems to be anti-technology. They specifically say that which is called science perverts providence. So basically, they're spiritual activists. That's what I think
Yeah.
is the easiest way to explain what these guys are.
Is it neophytes?
Primitivists at least.
And they've got a bonfire going with loads of electrical devices in it, like a TV and stuff.
Yep, TV that's still playing, by the way.
Yeah,
Uh,
impressive.
But yeah, and at that point we cut to the council thing, which I think is one of the most important. And yeah, you get the information about the city and its sort of state of being right now, which is yeah,
Yep.
the army, riot police, and even traffic police have been fully mobilized. Uh, Overtime has actually bankrupted. The overtime costs alone have used up the public safety budget. And then there's the abduction of number 26,
Yeah.
which they say abduction, not escape. So,
Mm. Yeah, and they're talking about the fact that the city's got no money whatsoever.
yeah, yeah, that's the implication. At least they have to fight for every like cent in the budget, which makes sense because yeah, you get all these different like politicians whose only job is to advocate for their sector
Yeah,
and their
because there's
pet
no like
projects.
centralized leadership. It doesn't seem like
No, it doesn't seem like there's any head of the council. It seems like it's just
a free for all.
yeah. And we learned that the colonel made a request for additional funding because of number 25, Kyoko's prediction, which we also
Yeah,
know to be true, which makes it
yeah,
interesting. Because I think that the idea that where they kind of are pushing uh is that the councilman thinks this is just a play at getting more money.
yeah. There's a cool line here which says, "You've already spent a fortune, and all we have to show for it is that grotesque kindergarten."
Yes, which yeah, that tells you that at the very least the council doesn't. And you also, I think a lot of the expressions on the colonel are really
Yeah,
good because they just tell him he's just fucking sick of this like politicking.
yeah. He had, I don't blame him.
Yeah,
I
well,
mean,
because you also get the news that like you get the guy saying like we parliament members have been begging the public to bear with us as we sort out the past prime minister's tax reforms, which that comes up or tax reform blunders.
mm.
And it's like, so where exactly are we supposed to get that kind of money? That's what this guy says, and which is a good point, by the way.
Yeah, it is a good point. Like, there's only so much. Well, I mean, there's not even that there's only such money to go around. It seems like there's just no money to go around whatsoever.
Yeah, which I think the implication is just that this prime minister, whatever he did to the tax system, fucked everything.
Yeah, he's really just collapsed the entire country. It sounds like.
Yeah, so it sounds like and they've been trying to like sort it out, but obviously there's, it's government bureaucracy,
Mm-hmm.
and the fact that you also
Gone.
get the guy trying to oust the colonel who's been stoking these like revolutionaries, which I
Yeah, and the
feel,
fact.
yeah, public safety seems to be the colonel's job, so
Yeah, and they've had
well,
at least one abduction, one break into their facility,
yeah, yeah,
bombs going off.
yeah. Not only that, but you also have like the rampant terrorism anyway. So it seems like what's happening is you have like politicians that are well-meaning and have like the actual questions, but then it just gets bogged down in like all the useless stuff. Because
Yeah, the
you
bureaucracy, the red
also,
tape.
yeah, you do get like what I found interesting is you do get several people with like interesting concerns because you've got the guys like we're already trying to sort out all of this. Where do you expect this money to come from? You get the other guy who's like the Olympics is also happening next year, which
Yeah,
you said to me when we were talking privately that this movie did predict that Tokyo would host the 2020 Olympics.
yeah, they were spot on. The Tokyo did indeed host those Olympics.
Which I don't know, is that
Weird.
like pre set up prior and they just went off a list and like checked it?
No,
Or
they usually. I think it was 2013 when they campaigned for it.
ah no, that either way
So
that's
they
interesting because this would have been like obviously because this movie was made in '80s, so it's like you're talking like what 40 years, almost 30
20
years.
yeah 25 years beforehand they predicted that it would happen, and then they got it in 2013.
Yeah, but you've got this guy who's talking about this other guy who's talking about like the Olympics, and he says the post-war era is over, basically, and he seems to be more interested in like he's guys. You could kind of assume he has his own interests
Yeah,
involved in
you
it.
can,
He probably is invested in this Olympic situation in some
yeah,
way,
probably.
because
He owns a construction company.
yeah, yeah. It's interesting because yeah, all these politicians are bickering about their own personal issues though, and there's no like, and it feels like yeah, there's been a lot of behind the scenes sort of maneuvering in order to
Yeah,
like put the colonel in the worst position he can. Because even the politicians that seem to like actually care about their job and like doing what they're doing, uh,
yeah. It's like a half and half. There's some who actually care and some who just are completely self-interested and self-motivated.
yeah, well, because you also get the old man who's like, we could have put that money into our welfare program,
Yeah,
which probably would have helped a lot of the citizens and probably would have, but obviously, like it's funny because that guy also gets into basically a fist fight in the council.
yep. I can see a lot of those meetings ending up in fistfights.
I feel like the colonel wins when that's the case.
Yeah. They also have there's the one guy who accuses the colonel of using Akira to basically as a cover to hide his misconduct.
Yeah, so the old guy gets yelled at because it was your lack of policy that started this mess in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
And then you also get, yeah, there's no proof that Kira that the last World War was caused by Akira. There's no. It's clear these councilmen don't even really understand Akira and all the psychic stuff going on.
No. Well, they
And
they clearly haven't listened to the colonel's briefings really, or if they have, they haven't really put any weight behind it or stock into it.
yeah, yeah, yeah. They don't put a lot of value into it, and a lot of that is probably they have their own pet issues. There's different sectors that have to be like handled, but it is
Yeah.
also yeah. He also does say, "Won't you even try to understand anything at all?" So it's very clear the colonel's frustrated. There probably is an extent where it is how he deals with it because he's not a politician.
Yeah.
He
He
is,
he he, he doesn't know how to maneuver in this world.
yeah, yeah, because especially at this point, because the fact that he got funding in the first place, for example, he probably did like have not as much of an issue getting stuff done before, but now he has the issue of obviously he has the issue of just in general when you have to deal with like the actual maneuverings of political policy and politics, uh, and you're so far out from like the original incident that caused like this program specifically, which is an important one for me even being necessary, and most people won't even know about the Akira stuff,
Yes. Uh, it
or the
fades from
extent
public.
of it.
Yeah, it fades from public memory, and people probably look at the budget and are like, "What even is this, and what's it for?"
Well, not only that, but
But
you
then,
have to assume that they kept quiet about the psychic stuff in general.
true.
So it's even
And even if
more.
and it's also gotten to the point where even if they find out what it's for, they probably don't really care.
Yeah, that which is probably what these politicians are, what the stance these politicians all have, where they're just like, oh yeah, the psychic stuff that might have been involved in that thing that happened 30 years ago, but we have no fucking proof. Like, why don't you show us anything? Show us the psychic people, Colonel.
Yeah, come on,
Like,
make them make them make me levitate.
you, you know,
Yeah,
it's funny because uh with the kids, it is a very much a they can definitely the colonel can definitely do that, but even then, the kid's powers seems to be rather limited.
that's true. Yeah,
So I think
This-
that the idea of Akira and the fact that it was like, oh, this was all responsible for the destruction 30 years ago that basically wiped out Tokyo. Yeah, no, there's no way. It's
yeah,
kind
that's
of
gonna be hard to. It's gonna be hard to buy with the
yeah,
limitations of the kids they've got left.
yeah, because the kids what? Oh, they can like push things, and then it's like you get them the fact that the colonel is going to them, and it's like, oh yeah, one of your little kids in kindergarten, one of your little psychic children happened to do a prediction that's going to get you more funding. Oh, that's convenient.
That's very convenient.
And no, you actually get the councilmen don't even remember what number Akira was. They're like, wasn't Akira 25? No, it was 21.
It's because no one's heard anything about him for 30 years, so there's just no urgency to protect against anything of that nature, and they probably don't even buy that the kids can tell the future.
Yeah, and it helps too that because you have the Akira stuff being spread by the corrupt council guy. That's like gonna be like top secret stuff, and you have the angles. Oh, this stuff's leaked, and then you have a. This is just meant to. Basically, a councilman accuses him of like this is just meant to push government further to increase your power, and like
Hmm.
the colonel, it's interesting because he's kind of just done with this. He's like, yeah, okay, sure.
Yeah. Yes. Another thing about leaking the Akira stuff to this cult and this cult forming is it probably like diminishes how powerful or how dangerous they think Akira is. Like, oh, it's just a crazy thing that's been blown out of proportion by this cult.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a lot harder to. It's kind of like if we learned that Area 51 actually did have aliens.
Yeah, like
You know, like, it's funny because I remember, my brother, he's a bit more into comics than I am, and he actually shared this panel to me. It's like Batman basically arguing on, the equivalent of 4chan, that spreading rumors that Bruce Wayne is Batman, and then like arguing with himself through it all. Because like the idea, when you have that idea like as like this like maligned, like made fun of thing, then it's like it's seen as just less possible, you know?
yeah, it's just so Bruce Wayne's Batman. Yeah, that's what the crazy conspiracists on 4chan think. So definitely not. Ooh, excuse me.
Yeah, it is one of those things that is just it's interesting because yeah, it's essentially the colonel's getting outplayed by somebody doing the political on the political front and is
Yeah,
maneuvering things against him. And I think
yeah,
what's specifically interesting is the one who we know to be the one who the one we know he was talking to earlier. He isn't speaking against him, but he also isn't saying anything.
I don't think the guy who's the mole says anything in that meeting either.
No, no, the diver, the one that was on his side, nor the mole says anything. The mole just kind of he kind of sits there smirking.
I mean, he's stirred the pot, so now he's just sitting back and watching it all play out.
But I think that's what probably one of the reasons that he hasn't been like investigating. He's not doing the arguments himself. He's just sowing the seeds in the background. Yeah. And then you cut to the hospital after immediately after this, because you get Tetsuo's getting fucked with more.
Hell yeah, this is my favorite scene in the movie. It's so fucking out there.
Well, you also get see Tetsuo actually use his powers. Uh, and he almost uses
Mm.
it casually, and he almost doesn't acknowledge that he used them. With the
Yeah,
water. Yeah, you get the water like the glass of water floats to his hand, but he doesn't even acknowledge it. It's like he just expected the water to be where the you know, slightly to the left or slightly to the right, and because he's holding out his hands expecting the water, it just moves there.
yep. And then yeah, the whole scene with the toys moving around is so fucking good.
Yeah, and you also get this as the beginning of the infiltration scene. Yeah.
Hmm. Posing as maintenance workers. Always a good strategy if you're breaking into a place.
Yep, yep. Nobody pays attention to the help,
Mm-hmm.
especially when they seem to have something to do.
Yep. Let them get on with it.
But yeah, with the Tetsuo scene specifically, it is kind of interesting because uh, Tetsuo just starts seeing like this stuff fucking with him, and you don't know if it's the kids or if it is just because I do actually feel like it is the kids.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And part of me wonders if it's because the kids, you know, you had the girl see the vision of him destroying everything, and maybe they're taking things into their own account, you know, account.
I think so. I think this is their way of, I don't know, pushing him over the edge, maybe, so that
I
his
I
power.
think it's them trying to interfere. They're trying to stop him,
Yeah, like I wonder if they're trying to
or even terrify him.
terrify him, or push him over the edge so his powers sort of break him before he could do anything.
Yeah, I think so. Well, they clearly go for several like attacks,
Yeah,
but they also like panic at the sight of blood. So I don't know if they even understand necessarily what this implies they're trying to do.
yeah, I don't think so. I mean, and then the is it the bunny rabbit gets caught up and trips over it? It's very childlike.
Yes, definitely. Yeah,
Yeah, the fact that they're filled with milk, very weird.
yeah.
And I love
It's
that when he goes through the wall and it's all Lego bricks. That's nice detail.
yeah. It's kind of interesting. Well, it's interesting because they only stop once he steps on the glass and he cuts himself. And there's blood. Like they panic at the sight of blood.
Yeah, very very childlike, which makes sense.
Yep. Yeah. Uh, well, and you don't even know really if the side of the blood is necessarily what caused the kids to back away, or if it's that the him cutting his foot actually kind of shocked him awake, essentially shocked him out of
Oh yeah,
whatever
maybe
sort of hallucination he's in that's being triggered by them.
because they call him a jerk, don't they?
Yeah, they do call him a jerk.
So it's sort of like, yeah, maybe he woke up and he foiled their plan.
Yeah, I think he's at least shocked awake and shocked out of the hallucination. But I think they are trying to like get. I think the idea is they are kind of getting involved to some degree,
Yeah,
and I think they are trying to either make him snap or stop him before he actually his powers actually awaken
yeah,
fully.
because they. That's probably another thing as well, because he breaks the glass on the window with his mind, so it might be as well that they're like, oh shit, it's
Yeah,
too
well,
late.
immediately after that too, uh, we get him out. He's out. They get the notification that he is out of his room, and we see that the door is fucking smashed up. So
Yeah,
I think he's got at this point. Yeah, it is too late. Even though he's not fully in control necessarily either, he's kind of getting throughout this whole like scene. He's gaining more and more control because he just splatters the guys that approach him outside. Yeah, he literally like splatters them into paste
yeah,
telekinetically. He's kind of this is like the point where he is just getting more and more control as he goes through the hospital.
yeah. More control and more unlocking more and more powers with each moment that passes.
And I have good news. We're at the halfway point.
Hooray!
So 3 hours into the stream.
Let's see if we can finish before it's 1 a.m. my time.
That is the goal. Look, I
Okay.
at least tried to start early because I knew this was going to be a long one. But yeah, we cut to after those guys get pasted. Basically, we do cut to the terrorists again, and they're going through like a maintenance area.
Yeah, there's like a sewer underneath the building, maybe. And they get
Yeah,
noticed.
yeah. You have the alarm going off too already.
Oh yeah, because I guess Tetsuro's alerted all the security personnel, so that brings the heat down on them too.
Yeah, And which part of me wonders if, from their perspective, they don't think that it's that like they got figured out.
Yeah.
Well, because
Well,
they
they,
already have one guy already like ready to go with a gun.
yeah, maybe if they had just kept going, they wouldn't have been stopped. But he starts shooting, and it sort of brings the heat down on them.
Well, no, because at first, they do like duck and cover around the
No,
first
yeah, they do.
pass,
Yeah,
but then they like they assume that they're in the clear, and then another pass happens, essentially.
damn.
Yeah, because they think they left, and they're like, oh, looks like they briefed up security, and it's like, yeah, we heard the alarm. Yeah, and then as soon as they think they're safe, but yeah, then the second the thing starts coming down the line, and the guy starts shooting, but I think he starts shooting after they're already all enveloped in the light. So it's like at this point, yeah, they probably are spotting. And they're
Yeah,
talking about the alarm going off. So as far as they know, yeah, they were probably basically caught. I think it's safe to assume that they thought that they were caught. But yeah, you get like another action scene. And you get this one the guy with the guy with the automatic weapon is just blown away.
yeah, he is. He was like, Canada jumping on one of these things and smashing it to the ground. He's pretty
Yeah,
fearless.
he is. It kind of reminded me of when he like jumped on the motorcycle earlier
Yeah,
and and kicked that guy in the face. It's like it's just a more ramped up stakes version of that. I think this is kind of when Kaneda starts taking this all like a lot more. He is taking this a lot more seriously at this point, but he's still here
yep,
to. He's trying to save the homie, you know.
yeah, that's important.
The other interesting thing is immediately after the first thing is destroyed, yeah, the second comes in, and that's the one he jumped on.
Yep.
Yeah, and he just fucking kicks the guy out. Basically, the guy gets pulled out of the thing, and the hover vehicle is like you just get one after another of these hover vehicles checking the sewer.
I know, right? They're on like a
Try,
loop.
yeah, I feel like the idea at least is that they hear the explosion from the last guy. And they're like, oh
Yeah,
shit, I should probably
really
check what's
big.
going on there.
See what's going on.
But yeah,
I just
Kaneda and
love the
Kay do hijack the and ride on this vehicle.
separating off from. Well, is it just Ryu that's left from the other side?
I
The
think it's
other group?
Rio and it's like at least one other guy, but I think that guy gets captured.
I think he gets shot. I think they say they got two of them. They got shot.
Yeah, because after that they go to the Rio goes to the council guy.
That's right. Yeah.
But yeah, you also are getting yeah, that Tetsuo broke out and is heading for the baby room. That is what they call it.
Yeah. Weird name. Well, I guess it's not a weird name. It's pretty much exactly what it is.
Yeah, but you also get
It, it,
the guards trying to like neutralize Tetsuo, and Tetsuo at this point he's begun getting like a thing of his powers, and noticeably the guys are not using like lethal options here.
yeah, they're using is it tear
Smoke.
gas, I guess.
Yeah, I think it's supposed to be like tear gas or some other type of smoke grenades, and they're using they're obviously trying to use the riot shields, but they get like pushed back. They aren't killed at
Yeah.
this point, but this is the point where they realize they have to use their guns on him, and they start
Yeah.
trying to use lethal force.
And it doesn't work out well for them because he's figured out that he's got a shield now, so they're fucked.
Yeah, he's figured out he's got his shield now, and the implication is also that he's kind of figured out how to use will, the psychic sort
Yeah,
of force.
yeah, he's definitely got a full handle on it now.
And yeah, with this is where we first see where the kids are kept, and it's like this. It seems to be this like children's playground sort of area. But the kids
Yeah,
do once again try and use their psychic thing against them.
I also like that the one that's in the little wheel pod thing manifests as a car.
Yeah.
It's nice little attention to detail. So I guess the other thing here as well, because they push him into the wall and he's not really hurt that much. So I guess the implication must be that he's at least got a little bit of maybe a shield around him at all times.
Yeah, yeah. I think the idea of all the psychics are kind of like at least subconsciously, because remember when Takeshi got ran into, it seems to have this broken on his shield.
Yeah, because he wouldn't have had the time to react to consciously put a shield up.
Yeah, well, and Takeshi also, despite despite the bullets hitting the guy earlier, when he was being grabbed, none of the bullets ever like even nick Takeshi. So I think the idea is,
Yeah,
yeah, it's at least some kind of subconscious instinct. They protect themselves because
yeah, that
Tetsuo
makes
takes a
sense.
lot of damage later
He
on.
does.
So it might be as soon as they realize the threat of a threat or like any sort of like physical danger happens that they can like just instinctively protect against
Yeah,
those.
that makes sense.
Well, because Tetsuo gets shot later on.
Yeah, pretty much the only thing that's able to damage him is a fucking orbital laser.
Yeah. These kids also like them and Tetsuo get into like a bit of a psychic pushing match too because they're trying to push against him, but Tetsuo isn't as medicated as them. He isn't on the same meds, so his psychic
Yeah,
powers are just more powerful.
yeah. I'm not sure they've put him on any meds at this point.
I think the idea is they have had him on some of the meds, like subconsciously, probably through at least an IV drip, but he isn't medicated to the same extent as the kids have
Well,
been
no,
for
yeah,
like years and years and years, probably.
yeah. If they knew Akira, they've been medicated for at least 30 years at this point.
Yeah, and even if not, then they've been medicated at least a significant portion of their lives because they are like this whole institution seems built around them.
Yeah,
You also get the scientist come in here, and he actually tells Tetsuo how he shouldn't be pushing his powers right now, and it could be do irreparable damage. Which the implication is, yeah, your power because his powers aren't matured, and I think the idea here is this is the scientists. So the scientist's interest isn't in stopping like another cure event; it's understanding more. So I think he wants
yeah,
Tetsuo in the best possible conditions so he can learn more about how these powers develop.
yeah. He just wants to discover as much as he can. That's like his primary drive, obsession, perhaps. At least later on, it definitely turns into one.
Yeah, definitely. Well, yeah, because you get the line with the colonel like talking about his pattern and stuff, and like asking about it and like, why didn't you tell me
Mm.
this? And it's like, oh, I couldn't let such a magnificent specimen go to waste. So at the
Yeah,
very least, though, yeah, the implicate. This is another one of those points where I feel like the idea is that the way that Tetsuo is pushing his powers, uh, either it needed more time to kind of safely sort of settle in, or it could even just be the scientist is trying to get him to like trying to talk him down so that he can preserve this specimen.
Yeah, I think probably it's a little bit of both. He doesn't want him to push himself beyond the point where he can use him to research, and he also just doesn't want him to take out the three kids.
Yeah, and he probably also just doesn't want to have to put him down either, because
Yeah,
obviously the Colonel knows that a Kira like event might could happen. Like this is a lot of power to be like letting run around.
yeah, you don't want that to happen. This is also where the kids first mention Akira to Tetsuo, putting it in
Yeah.
his head to maybe go find him.
Well, Tetsuo had heard Akira said in
Yeah,
his mind before. We don't know if it's the kids that were doing it, or if it's just psychic powers, or even if he's just picking up their thoughts. Oh, this
yeah,
is the
and
line. She said that big people like you should never use the power like that.
mm,
He says something
okay.
horrible will happen. So the question is, do they just mean him using it like violently, or do they mean him using it in just as carefree of a fashion as he is?
I'm wondering if it's that um, big people with these powers can cause much more damage, maybe,
Yeah, I
than
think
anyone
that's
else.
definitely it. Because his powers are definitely more stronger than all three of them combined. I mean, hell, we actually see that later on.
We do.
Yeah, and Tetsuo does seem to believe that Akira has been popping in and out of his head the whole time.
Yeah, see, he obviously knows the name Akira, but I think once the kids mention him, he sort of puts it together that it's related to this whole facility. It's related to his powers, and it sort of gives him a goal to go find him.
Well, the kids definitely do tell him where to find Akira, which is
Yeah, I
the
think
Olympic
he.
facility.
Yeah, because I think he reads that out of the girl's mind, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, that's kind of the implication. Yeah, I do like that they never like specifically explicitly say that he's like reading minds and stuff, but it is very clearly what's happening.
Yeah. Ooh.
Also, Kaneda is not willing to just like blow these guys away.
Yeah, I know, right?
That's the interesting thing. Kaneda is a lot more restrained than Tetsuo is.
I sort of this shot where you put the gun on the bike in the foreground. It's a
Yep.
really nice shot.
Oh
Here, I'll
yeah, there's
post
a
it in the
lot of
chat.
like nice shots. Well, it's interesting because this whole time, while Kaneda's moving to like be able to, you know, to essentially, like he's not only moving because he's like gotten a good handle on the powers at this point, or at least gotten a good handle on the telekinesis. He's also moving because he's also just he's put the kids on the back foot, and Kaneda is this is about when Kaneda appears in front of Tetsuo, and this is really like the I'll put that shot on. Yeah, this is also when you get the switching Tetsuo from being just a somebody you could say is maybe just not. Oh, I've had this shot on the screen for the whole time. Whoops.
Yep.
I'll
Nice.
hide that
Update.
here. Well, at this point, I'll just swap it with that shot you showed me. It looks a little blurry there, but yeah. Let me just take that off the screen.
Yeah, it's not the best shot I could find, but
Yeah, but yeah, with Tetsuo, it does,
oh,
with
you put it up
Tets,
and I just found a way better one.
I can swap it and put it on screen.
This one's better because it's clearer and he's put on a funny face. Now the gun's buried, but fuck it.
That is kind of funny. But yeah, it's Tetsuo realizing that Kaneda came to his rescue is come to his rescue again, and I think that's really what sets off his kind of well, it
Yeah,
sets off his inferiority complex again, really.
yeah, I think that
Yeah, because
is some one.
Kaneda's all about like, all right, come on, bro, I got you. Let's get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, I think that's at least one of the major contribution factors to him tipping really over the edge completely. Just the fact that he just once he doesn't want Kaneda to come to his rescue, and yet it
Well,
happens again, and he
well,
doesn't need him this time.
yeah, well, yeah, especially because now he has this powers, and that no, he does very. I don't. Do you think that he hit uh Kaneda with the powers on purpose, or do you think it was an actual accident? I
Oh,
yeah,
hmm.
because I do think looking at the scene, I do think it's absolutely on purpose. I don't. He had no reason to
I
push the power that far, but I don't think he. I think he definitely at least toned it down when he did that.
I think so. I think he does do it on purpose, but I don't. I think he does it on purpose. I don't think he intends to really hurt him, if
Yeah,
that
well,
makes
yeah, because
sense.
he does the initial swipe, and then he kind of like and then he kind of like turn pushes his hand a bit far. So yeah, he probably didn't put him with the hit him with the full same force he did with the soldiers, you know.
Yeah,
But yeah, he's very much like, oh yeah, I'll be the one saving you now, and it's very clearly this is his like inferiority complex coming up, and then he starts like
yeah,
talking down to Kaneda.
yeah. He's finally in a position where he's the one in control of the situation. It does go to his head very quickly.
Yeah, yeah, it's like this is the moment he's kind of realized he has the power. He has a power that very few other people in the world could even like. No, like nobody else in the world could even like touch. You
Yeah,
know, like
he's
he's basically kind of been throwing around these soldiers like rag dolls. Even the psychic children can't really stand up to him.
yeah he's not only is he above Canada now, but he's basically the most powerful person on the planet.
Yeah, and then he teleports out of the room. So
He
because now he
does.
knows where.
He,
Yeah, he now he knows where Akira is.
yep, he can fly now. He flies
And
now.
it is interesting too because he's more than willing to just kind of leave Kaneda to the wolves, basically.
Yeah, I mean, doesn't he say like you're gonna die now?
Oh no, no, he says uh he he doesn't say you're gonna die now because he's not like he doesn't necessarily seem to care either way when it comes to what happens to Kaneda here.
Yeah, he's more. Now that he's got a cure on the mind, and that's what he's focused on.
Yeah. Basically, once it's interesting too because I think Kaneda is like the one that does the most damage to him in the entire like this entire series of events.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he is.
Yeah, because this is where he goes on the tear. Which is why I think that we've talked about a lot of the bulky stuff. I don't think that this second half is gonna go as slow as the rest because this is really like the
Yeah,
climax of the movie where Tetsuo has the power, and so I think the next like 20 minutes there's a lot to talk about, and then a lot of the more actiony scenes, it's just trying to stop Tetsuo.
Pretty much, yeah.
Right.
So we got here.
Either way, I think we are 3.5 hours. So if you want to take a break, you could go ahead and take it. I can fill the dead air. You need to do
Yeah, I'll be.
something.
Yeah, I'll be.
Just let me know, so because I gotta step away after you come back.
Okay.
How you doing, chat? How is everyone feeling about this rundown of the movie? It's a really good movie. You should. Anyone who hasn't seen it, I definitely recommend it. That much I will say. And there's, like I said, there's a lot you can talk about. And one of the things that's always bugged me about rundowns of this movie, I've seen a lot of videos where it's like a 20-minute video that's supposed to be like a review of Akira, and I don't think you can actually get down to the brass tacks of this movie in 20 minutes. That, not to like throw shade onto those creators, but like really, like there's so much going on with the movie. Like I said, the movie almost changes tracks multiple times because you've got like the political maneuvering going on with the council. You've got, which is itself something I find particularly interesting. You've got the kind of the rebel plot line and what's going on with them and how that ties in. You've got the street gang themselves, and you've got like the personal involvement and the personal stakes involved with all of this with the biker gang and what's going on with them and all of that. The biker gang is the most in over their head, really. Like all of these kids are definitely in over. I think Kaneda's only just beginning to like realize even what's going on when he reaches bottom of the facility with Tetsuo, and when Tetsuo is using the powers. He has not seen anything like that really at that point. He is like like even the rebels I don't think have seen that much of the psychic powers. Let alone somebody actively using them in the way they do. And I think Tetsuo is Tetsuo become ending up being the actual villain of the series because I think that you could definitively say at this point he is the villain. He doesn't give a shit about what happens to Kaneda here. He teleports out and he starts just immediately using the powers just for whatever the fuck he feels like. Because we'll get into it once Art and I are both back. But yeah, uh, like the movie is on so many different tracks, and it's kind of why I wanted to do this movie too, because I knew it would be a good one, and I knew there was a lot to talk about, and Art is a very good person to talk about it with, because Art's a big movie buff. Like he has all this like trivia and stuff about the movie. Uh, and movies in general. It was gonna either be Art or Boy for this one. Both of them are very good trivia guys. But I decided on Art because who really wants to listen to Boy, you know? Like the Art, you don't want to listen to Boy. I don't think you've actually
Yep.
heard Boy's voice.
No, I haven't. But
Yeah,
I'll still say no.
I was just joking that it was gonna be either you or Boy for Akira when I eventually did it because of how influential it is. And speaking of, you could probably talk about some of its trivia now while I run to the bathroom.
I'm gonna talk about the music.
Yeah, go for it.
Um,
I'm gonna step away now. Let me. I always
so
forget to mute myself. Hold on.
honestly, so unprofessional. Right, anyway. So the interesting thing about the music for Akira, which was composed by Shoji Yamashiro, I probably pronounced it horribly, is that is a pseudonym for the actual man who did the score, which his name is Tsutomu Uhashi, PhD. He's a neuroscientist. So he composed the music for 5.1 surround in such a way that it basically uses different frequencies in sound to uh, increase the anxiety and unease you feel as the movie plays. Unfortunately, this was lost when the movie was first released on home video because VHSs and early DVDs couldn't handle the 5.1 surround. But if you get the movie on Blu-ray, they have reinstated the proper 5.1 soundscape, so you actually can get the full uh, effect of what was supposed to happen. So it's actually quite interesting that because he has a background in a bunch of different sciences, but I think his main one is neuroscience. So the sound is actually designed to have different effects on your brain at different points to heighten certain emotions during the course of the film. It's very interesting. Um, yeah, here you go. This is from the Blu-ray booklet. He discovered a phenomenon known as the hypersonic effect, which is now drawing considerable attention from the brain science community worldwide. Over the course of my work, I discovered that the folk, instrumental, and choral music, the environmental sound of the tropical rainforest, and other sounds I was actually withdrawing from were rich with ultra high frequency components far above 20 kilohertz, the upper limit of audible frequency among humans. So those sounds are rich in elements beyond the range of human perception, which is called the hypersonic effect. And listening to hypersonic sound leads to an increase in cerebral blood flow and in the alpha waves seen in electroencephalograms, improvement in immune activity, a decrease in stress hormones, and other physiological benefits. So he basically used that in the score, these hypersonic sounds to trigger different things in your brain and your brain chemistry to heighten certain emotions that you felt during certain scenes.
It is interesting with that too because the music is something that always stands out to me. Because it doesn't sound. I would whether or not I'd call the music good, I don't know. I still could never like I wasn't sure actually because it never felt like it was like music in the same sense as a lot of other projects. Obviously, like there was always some, but it also does do the job. It does like sort of focus the scenes, and there is that. I kind of noticed there was something about it that did make it very functional. With
Yeah, I mean,
yeah,
I find that really fascinating that the guy who did the music is also a neuroscientist. It's like, oh, okay.
yeah, it makes you wonder kind of how that happened. Like
Yeah.
how
Um.
did this guy end up on this project doing this and basically like taking advantage of this sort of well phenomenon, I guess.
Yeah. And, unfortunately, it's only on the Blu-ray release that they were able to put the soundtrack back on the way it was supposed to be heard with all
Well,
this sort of.
the good news is that's the one we watched.
There you go. Apparently, if you want the perfect experience with it, you need a proper 5.1 surround sound speaker setup.
Ah,
Apparently, it does weird things to your brain.
I see. Well,
Hmm.
yeah, that's one of those things where it's like I don't know how to feel about that. It's one of those things that sounds. It's very thematic because it sounds like something a cyberpunk story doing. You're kind of like, oh, that's kind of you know.
Once you get to the end of the movie, you unlock psychic powers.
And then you turn into a giant flesh blob.
Yeah. Eric Cullen in that one episode of South Park. Just put a
But yeah, the
picture of that up
colonel
on
is
the screen.
also like the colonel and the scientist are both like floored by this scene when he teleports out. They're like, "Oh,
Yeah,
how did it? How did he get this powerful in this amount of time?"
yeah, I do like the fact that he sees the Kaneda and Kai, and then he notices the kids, and he just sort of completely ignores them.
Well, he seems to actually care about these kids.
Yeah, he really does actually,
It's
and you see at
why
the end.
I really like the colonel because he's not like a one-dimensional character. He's not just all about his goal. He's like he does care about these kids, which makes sense because he's kind of been looking after them for a while.
Yeah, and at the by the end of the movie, you do get the sense that they care about him too.
They definitely do. He's probably close to a father figure as they have.
Yeah, probably. He's definitely protective of them, and much more so than the Doctor, who they probably don't look on the same way because he's doing all these experiments on them. Like he's the one actually doing the experiments, like carrying them out.
Yeah, well, and also they probably don't hate the Doctor. I don't get that impression. But also when it comes to that, it's a even though they don't care, even though they probably don't care for the Doctor and the same, they don't have any of the same interactions with him. Uh,
Yeah, yeah, I
it's
don't know if
very. I don't think they hate him either.
yeah, I don't think they go so far as hate, but maybe there's a little fear there of the Doctor.
Yeah, probably to some extent. It's probably just a kind of they seem
Or,
neutral on him.
yeah,
But yeah,
maybe
coming out of the
where.
facility,
Yeah.
you get this is the scene where they're like, "Hey, Colonel, by the way, we're stripping you of power," and he's like, "The fuck you
Oh
are."
yeah, yeah. They're fucking stripping him of power last sort of about 5 seconds.
Yeah, no, it's really funny. It's like we're stripping you of power. Arrest him, and it's like no, shoot him.
Yeah, and they have to. There's such a like not what they were expecting. That even the guy on the other side with the gun's like, wait, what just happened?
It's like, what did you just say?
Oh, he's dead now, I guess. What?
No, he was still moving around actually when they leave, so I think they just left him
Oh,
after
okay.
shooting him. Yeah,
It's
they
gonna be
shot him
like
in the
Tim
gut
Roth.
and then shot him in the gut and
Yeah,
then left him there.
it's gonna be like Tim Roth from Reservoir Dogs, slowly bleeding out.
Yeah, it's just like yeah. Now the girl's like yeah. Now we carry on. So arrest all of the executive council. I don't have time for corrupt politicians and capitalists. That's what he says specifically.
Yep. Puppets of corrupt politicians and capitalists.
Which
I
I
mean,
felt like that line kind of comes out of, but I guess the idea is just I don't have time to deal with like the bureaucrats and all this.
yeah, I
I'm
think
trying
that
to,
it's.
yeah, we're at the point where we're past that.
Yeah, I think it's sort of it's a little clunky maybe, but yeah, it's basically saying like the, we're dealing with a thing here that's gonna have like the most disastrous consequences ever. We don't have time for this
Yeah,
fucking bullshit.
we need immediate action. That is very much the vibe here.
Yeah, we don't have time to sit in a council meeting for 3 weeks trying to decide whether we're forced to do this.
Yeah, it's like Yeah, arrest them, strip them out of the chain of command, uh, and then request aid from the army because we're gonna fucking need it.
Yeah, we really are.
Yeah, it's so funny too because I feel like this is the point where the colonel's like, "Yeah, we're probably just gonna have to put the kid down."
Yeah, he's
Uh,
got. We
yeah,
tried the diplomatic approach, as it were, and it didn't work. So
yep.
take him
Well, what's
down.
interesting too is the colonel isn't a villain here. And this is one of the points where it's very clear because the only person he shoots is that one bureaucrat.
Yep. He gets all the other soldiers who've come to arrest him on side,
Yeah, or
trying to
at least he gets them to surrender.
yeah, trying to avoid as much bloodshed as he possibly can.
Well, and what's nice about it is it's very neat too. It's like it's done, and then we go right to he's in the they're in the helicopters taking off. We cut to Tetsuo, and he's going to the bar,
Mm-hmm.
and we see the bartender
And
who's like,
Tetsuo's
"Oh yeah, it's you, kid. Hey, weren't you in an accident or something? Everybody's been worried. You feeling better?"
Tetsuo does look like shit too.
And it's
And
funny because
Tetsuo,
yeah, Tetsuo immediately asks for capsules. And the bartender's
yeah.
surprised and kind of worried by this. He's like, "Hey,
So,
are you sure you don't look so good?"
so I wonder why he asked for the capsules. Is this perhaps some last-ditch attempt to stabilize himself?
I think the idea here is, uh, my view is it's just him embracing like, okay, I have all the power in the world. I could do whatever the fuck I want. That's kind of my view on it.
Oh yeah, like a feeling, like yeah, feeling indestructible.
Well, because
Nothing can
remember
stop
when
me.
after he kills the bartender and the other guys come in, he's like, "Where's Kaneda's bike?" And then he's like, "Wait, I don't need Kaneda's bike anymore."
That's true. Yeah.
Yeah, though that's why I think he's just going full on. I can have whatever I want. I can do whatever I want.
High off the
Cause
power.
yeah, well, cause he killed the scene that it cuts off from is the bartender saying, the capsules are hard to come by. They're kind of expensive now."
Yeah.
Which it feels to me like the bartender almost trying to like convince Tetsuo out of this.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, because he's like, "Look, kid, don't throw your life away. Don't."
Don't do it.
Yeah, because the bartender's just concerned. Like, yeah, he's a shady adult, and he probably would still give them the capsule, but he clearly doesn't feel good about it. You get the kind of impression he'd rather have helped these kids turn their lives around.
Yeah, or at least just pump him full of booze.
Yeah, yeah, or something of that nature. Like, just in general, I think he does kind of care about these kids. Well, especially because
It's
he
like,
asks about them. He's like, "Yeah, no, everyone was worried about you."
it's like we said earlier. They hang out there, and he obviously doesn't seem to really care that much. And he's probably also just relieved because he hasn't seen any of them for ages.
Yeah, yeah. Well, we get to gay. He probably has seen some of the other ones, but he hasn't seen Tetsuo, and he knew Tetsuo was at least in the hospital because he mentioned
Mm.
specifically that everyone was worried.
I probably hasn't seen Kaneda either because Kaneda's been off doing his thing.
Yeah,
It's probably just these two that are coming in a
yeah.
second that he's
It's
seen.
Takeda and the other guy.
I think the other guy's name is Yamagata.
Yeah, yeah. Uh, yeah. I think so. Yeah, because I think Yamagata is the second in command, and Takeda's the other one. Or
Yeah, Takeda's
I
the
think
one that
that's the
is.
name. Yeah,
Yeah, and I think he because he's the one that's about to.
Yeah,
Right,
Yamagata's the
right.
one that dies, right?
Yeah, I think so.
It,
I
uh,
don't know. I keep getting them both confused.
no, this is the problem. These guys don't get a lot of time, and so knowing their name isn't really important. But yeah,
Yeah.
so we have the two gang members who come in, and they find the bartender is dead. And they're just like, oh, holy shit, what the fuck happened? And then Tetsuo makes his presence known by laughing.
And sitting on a DIY throne.
Yeah. And I think this is like really when the power trip has started, and this is kind of why I think it was a power trip. It's just I can do whatever the fuck I want.
Yeah,
No one can fucking stop me.
I can do what I want. And is it one of the bikers says like, I can't remember the exact line. Like, are you Tetsuo? What happened to Tetsuo?
Yeah, first they're like, "Oh, the barkeep's dead. What are you doing, Tetsuo? What's going on?" It's funny because
What did
their reaction is very like human. It's very like, "Wait, what the fuck do you mean?" Yeah,
I mean? How?
Tetsuo, our friend, what's going on?
Yeah, how do you even react to this? Like, your friend's acting crazy, and he's possibly killed someone.
And yeah, you do get the line. You are Tetsuo, aren't you?
Yeah, that's it. Because he's just so fucking so far removed from the Tetsuo they know at this point.
Yeah, and then he even mentioned like Kaneda sends his regards, and their response, "What? You've seen Kaneda?" Which yeah makes sense because they probably haven't. Kaneda's been missing for like at least like a half a day,
Yeah,
a
and the
day and a
last they
half.
saw him was when the mall was bombed. Could have
Yeah.
been arrested, could have been killed.
Well, we don't even know how long he was with the little rebel group before their
True.
mission. Could have been like a day or two, at least.
Yeah, but the only thing we know for sure is it was less than a week. Because if it was more than that, their cars wouldn't work anymore.
Hmm. And yeah, then you get the confirmation that you did this, Tetsuo. You did this, Tetsuo.
Mm.
Like and Tetsuo response to that is just to ask. So anyway, where's Kaneda's bike? Because yeah, like I said, he's just thinking like uh that fucking image is so sinister. I love it.
Right? Damn. It kind of looks. It kind of looks like he's about to turn into Gollum.
he does. He does. He's very Gollum-like.
Canada's bike is my precious.
It is. I mean, it's funny too, because then he realizes, like, oh wait, I don't need a piece of junk like that anymore. It's like he's still kind of thinking around, like, what's useful for me? You know, like, what fun can I have? Like, he's kind of just realized, like, where is Kaneda's bike? And then he's like, no, I don't actually need that anymore. I am
Yeah.
actually better than Kaneda's bike.
Yeah, I've surpassed Canada's bike. Flying is infinitely more cool than Canada's bike.
Yeah.
And then the bike, well, whichever one this is, let's say it's Yamagata.
Yeah,
He
this
still
is
think,
Yamagata. Yep, Yamagata is the one that
oh yeah,
that
he
gets
thinks it's still
knocked
the
to the
old.
ground.
He still thinks it's the old Tetsuo, so he goes up there to fucking
Yeah, it's like,
push
what
him
the
back
fuck are you
into.
doing, you retard? Yeah, stop
Yeah, he's gonna
acting like
push
a
him back,
crazy
and
person.
he's gonna push him back in line. It
And he's gonna knock
doesn't
some
work out that
sense
way.
into him because he's acting
Exactly,
unhinged. Yeah.
doesn't work out well for him.
Yeah, we learn, yeah, Yamagata is killed by Tetsuo, which I think at that point, that is when, when Kaneda learns about that, learns about Yamagata getting killed, I think that's when Kaneda's really like, "Fuck, I've got to kill him. Then I've got to put him
That's when
down." That,
that's
that
when it,
like
yeah,
that's like my sworn brother that's killed my other sworn brother.
yeah, that's the point of no return. Tetsuo's got to be taken down at that point.
Yeah, he's too dangerous to let live. Like it's interesting too because I feel like that is really when Kaneda realizes like he has to give up on him, and you get that scene of him sending Yamagata's bike to him, as he says.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah. You also so after that though you get the prison scene where I think the idea is that the one of the psychic children is also putting info into Kay's head.
yeah. Explaining this is the big like lore dump on Akira and
Yeah.
what he was.
Yeah, and all the psychic like energy and stuff.
Yeah, that like predates human something something.
Yeah, the way they explain the difference though is very much what would happen if you gave the an amoeba the power of a human,
Yeah,
and like the equivalent of that, it's like it's just pointing the equivalent of that, and then like to human. That's kind of what is happening
yeah.
with uh
With
Tetsuo.
with the with the amoeba in this analogy. Tetsuo is the amoeba in this analogy. I am very smart and I understood that.
Yeah, and a lot of it seems to be like you can kind of tell they don't really understand exactly what's going on either. But it's like they're essentially this is an internal energy that's being used, and it's implied later on too. But everyone technically has the capacity for this power.
Yeah, it just needs
It,
to be unlocked.
yeah,
Well, because they do intimate that Kai might have unlocked it a little bit. That's why the kid can communicate with her in this way.
yeah, kind of. Which kind of makes sense. I don't know if exactly. Well, we know later the kids use their powers through her later anyway.
Yeah, because they have a line. It's something like the fact that she came in here would suggest that she can be used, or something along those lines. I'll get the exact quote when we get to the scene.
Yeah, it's interesting though because a lot of this conversation that's happening, it's kind of positing on things like with the whole evolutionary thing about it and the energy of the universe and everything like that, and it kind of gives you the impression they don't fully understand what's going on either.
Yeah, that. I mean, how could you possibly really wrap your head around it to a certain
I
point?
think the idea is like we're the amoeba in the analogy they use with the power of an amoeba, an amoeba given the power of the human. We are the amoeba in this case, and like, can the amoeba actually understand really anything? No.
Yeah, not really.
Like these are
And,
powers so beyond human, like even like understanding. It's
yeah, and older than our understanding, and there's no way we could ever fully get a grasp on it, no matter how hard we try.
yeah.
I just
You also get the confirmation a long time ago. There was people who tried to get understanding of the power at the government's request, which
right,
is talking about what happened to Old Tokyo and Akira.
yeah. I I love Kaneda's whole like reaction to all of this is just like he's trying to understand it. God bless him.
Yeah, he very clearly does. very clearly doesn't actually understand it. But
No.
he's reacting like anyone would. It's like, what do you mean the fall of Tokyo?
It's just like, yeah, sure. Can we stop? Can we go get Tetsuo now?
Yeah, basically like, look, we have to stop Tetsuo. We have to like get control of this whole thing. We gotta go get the homie and snap him out of whatever the fuck's wrong with
Yeah,
him. Yeah, because I
give him
don't
a
think he. Like I said, I don't think he gets it until he learns about Yamagata dying.
yeah. That's really when it'll. Maybe not even understands it 100% fully, but he does understand at that point that Tetsuo is too just beyond saving.
Yeah, it's too far gone. There's no putting the genie back in the bottle at that point because, like,
Yeah.
one of it, as I said, it's one of his sworn brothers, one of his homies is dead, and it's because of one of his other homies, and that is the interesting thing. Kaneda is like very much. He's in some ways the everyman character who doesn't really fully grasp all of these
Yeah.
concepts. Let me get that picture of evil Tetsuo off the screen now. But yeah, he's very clearly the everyman of the situation. He doesn't really understand much of what's going on. Like Kai is kind of the person I think is probably supposed to be the person who's a bit more informed on kind of what's going on, at least to some extent, with like the city's state of things. The colonel is probably the one most informed of about everything.
Yeah, I think Kai has the more potential to really understand what's going on than Kaneda does.
Yeah, with Kai, that's kind of why she's working with the psychic to an extent.
Yeah, they
While
can sort of.
yeah, Kaneda, it's just all about like he's working with things under his own framework, and
Yeah,
I I think here, yeah, this is a major point of discussion, but more importantly, the room gets unlocked.
yeah, that's the important part.
I mean, it's
Isn't
a
that?
case of yeah, basically Kaneda's clearly in over his head at this point and realizing it.
Yeah,
Because he's been
I
over
do
in
like.
over his head for the whole movie, but he didn't realize it before.
Yeah, now he understands. Like, oh, I'm fucking. This is way out of my pay grade. You do get a little insight into Kaneda's character here that I like when he says, this could be a trap, and she's like, well, you can stay here, and he's like, no, let's find out how much of it's a trap first.
He's very much the type I feel like he does not want to be. He is not a passive observer. He is not a. Even if it's a trap, yeah, he wants to know how much of it is a trap, and yeah,
Yeah,
maybe going into the trap is the way to beat the trap.
yeah, you never know until you try. I feel like when they're walking through this room to escape, and he's just going like, "Hey, does Ryu know about us, by the way?" Still
Yeah,
deluding himself.
no, he's confident. He's not deluding himself.
Ah, right.
Hey, he does get the girl in the end.
It's true. He's manifesting. Picture it in your mind what you want, and it will come to you.
Well, and he doesn't actually ask that. He asks, "What's with you and that Rio guy?" It's not even does Rio know about us. It's, "Hey, you two aren't together, are you?"
Because that's gonna
And
put a
then,
crimp in my style.
and then he asks, "Does he know about us?" And she's like, "What do you mean us?"
And
And
then this is the line there.
that's when you get the psychic kids asking like, "Hey, do we use her?" Which I find particularly interesting.
Yeah, and then what's the line after that? The fact that without us even looking, she turned up right under our noses says as much.
Yeah, the fact she
Interesting.
turned up under our nose. which you can either interpret as maybe she has some latent psychic powers, and that's kind of what they're talking about. I feel like they have to be because otherwise they'd mention using Kaneda too.
Exactly. And when they show up later, they take her, but they don't take Kaneda.
Yep.
Kaneda's
But
basically like whatever plan the kids have, Kaneda's the wrench in it, which they're not expecting. That's pretty much true of everyone, I guess.
yeah, Kaneda's the wrench in everyone's plans in this story. I think it's the easiest thing to way to put it. Tetsuo kind of was too, but Kaneda's really the wrench. Like, uh, and interesting enough, like I said, he's also the most effective person in the whole movie.
He really is. He's he lands.
Yeah.
He really takes it to Tetsuo at the end.
Oh yeah. But before that, we get a bit of a shot of the outside and how it's kind of going into full like martial law. Like you got like tanks going through the streets and stuff, and then you do also get one of the gang members uh seems to be hiding out in an alleyway.
Really? See.
Uh, and he sees, yeah. Well, this is the point where Tetsuo or Kaneda learns about Yamagata's death.
Oh yeah, yeah, because they found the bodies in the bar, the military, and they're like it has to have been Tetsuo.
Yep. And this guy is the one who was specifically there, the guy who wasn't
Oh
aggressive.
yeah,
Yeah, because he's talking about what happened and he's giving the specific story. And yeah, Yamagata was just killed by Tetsuo. This is also where
uh,
we get the line about the fact that Kaneda and knew Tetsuo back when they were in the same children's home, which yeah
yeah,
implies that. But yeah, these two, they were kind of screwed over from the beginning. You know,
yeah. Kaneda's always been looking out for him.
yeah, Kaneda's always been looking out for them, and both of them ended up in like a children's home as kids. We never actually get any specific mention of any of these kids' parents.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we know that the girlfriend of Tetsuo was living in like a dorm at the school.
Yeah,
We can probably assume similar, especially because
yeah, I
the
guess
place
so.
looks similar with in Tetsuo's flashback. We can kind of assume similar for the boys. I think.
Yeah, I think so. They were probably abandoned in some way or another.
Yeah, they're abandoned or orphaned.
Yeah. So obviously they have to join a biker gang.
Well, that's probably also why this group is so close together. Like they are close.
Yeah,
I I actually think you could, and there is actually animes that are kind of doing this. But you could have just a show, a series just about like this gang and kind of how it works in their place in the world and have it work. But that is also most Yankee uh uh manga. Which Yankee is basically it's a kind of term used for Japanese delinquents.
okay. The Japanese equivalent of chav.
Basically. Basically, it's like they're like greaser style delinquents.
Oh right, yeah, I get you.
Yeah, but
Yeah, I do like the whole Kaneda returning his bike to him.
yeah, it's very that's the thing. It's very clear that like these guys have their own culture to them, sort of,
Yeah, their
and
rules are code.
yeah, And like I said, with the demeanor you get with Kaneda, I do actually feel like this is the point of no return right here. Where he has like you get even the tears in his eyes as he like sends the bike to explode.
Yeah.
Uh but yeah, this is definitely the point of no return. Tetsuo is a problem to be dealt with at this point.
He
Yeah, he
he
has
needs to be
broken the
put
boat.
down.
He has broken the bro code.
Yeah, yes.
And you also
And
get
he must be
K
stopped.
the kid appearing in front of K. K is also walking on the water.
Yeah.
And I would assume that was like the kids doing that, but I actually do think it might be K doing that to an extent as well.
Yeah, it might be.
Because they just fade out. So
Yeah, she disappears too, right?
yeah, she does. And you get the info
Mm.
like Akira's power exists in everyone. Whether you're
Right.
whether you're and when that power is awakened, even if you weren't prepared for it, you do have to decide how you use it. And I think that's very important here because I think that's kind of part of that is the theme definitely budging in on this.
Yep.
Because yeah, the kids do almost feel like they're somewhat regretful, like yeah, we don't want this to have happened, but it has. So this is what we have to do now.
Yeah, everyone's hands are tied at this point, basically. There's only one thing left to do for any of them.
Yeah. And that's the interesting thing, though. It's like everyone thinks everyone else has a choice too.
Yeah.
That's the particularly interesting thing. It's yeah, and this is when you get the actual line that kind of confirms what we were thinking. It's uh Kaneda actually says, "If anyone, Tetsuo's our friend. If anyone's going to kill us, it's going to be us. Damn it!"
Yeah.
Like, yeah, at this point, yeah, Tetsuo has been written off. He is not he isn't escaping justice from them.
No, there's no way
But
out for
it's
him.
like this is our problem to deal with.
You also get this very cool shot from it.
Yeah, and then you do get cutting to the basically I think this is supposed to be the councilman's house
I
where
think so, yeah.
he is dealing with the military. He's got like his own personal guards fighting the military at this point.
And he's burning every single document in his house.
And he's also grabbing like all of the stuff he can to pack away, and yeah, you can only assume that those documents that he's got are like deeds and titles and
Yeah, Bond maybe.
you actually wait. You get a frame of somebody dead in his bathtub too. Let me see if
Yeah,
I can. I'm trying to get a direct view of who it is because I think it's another councilman.
I think it might be. I've got it here. Let me
Oh,
send
that's
it and
more than one
recheck.
people. That is
Yeah,
definitely
there's
one of the councilmen, but there's another body in there too.
there's a second body,
Yeah.
which might be a guard or a police officer based on the shit. I'm not sure.
No, he doesn't look like he's in the same uniform as the guards.
Maybe
I
it's two councilmen.
actually no. I think that might have been the servant.
Oh yeah, it might be.
Yeah, yeah. Because
That
basically
makes
the
sense.
idea is, yeah, he killed them because they were the only other people in the know.
Yep, take
Yeah,
him out.
and then Ryu just shows up.
and he thinks that he's yeah sold him out, and his face turns red. He's not a very well man.
Yeah, well, he's clutching his chest too during this. So, and I believe he basically dies because of some condition. So,
Yeah,
I think it's safe to
he does.
assume he has. He's also like not. He's also clearly older guy. So I think the idea is he
Yeah,
has like some kind of heart condition.
well, he dies with a mouthful of pills in his a mouthful of pills in his mouth. That doesn't make sense. A bunch of pills in his mouth.
Yep. Yeah. So I think the idea is he's not well anyway, but then he just kills himself to avoid any responsibility of what he's done.
And he
Because a
also
lot of
shoots
this
Ryu.
is his fault. Yeah, he does shoot for you.
Yeah, I mean, if he hadn't, it was probably his. Well, it was. It was his maneuvering that led to them wanting to take the colonel out of power,
Yeah.
out of his position rather.
Well, a lot of his maneuvering is also responsible for a lot of this support that Tetsuo is getting. That is probably hindering a lot of the ability to actually respond to Tetsuo.
Yeah,
Like you have a lot more people like in the city crowding around you because I feel like Tetsuo probably could be overwhelmed by enough firepower, but because you have these like crowds.
yeah. It's either people who are looking on Tetsuo as the second coming of Akira, or it's just people rioting in the streets because of all that unrest.
Yeah, well,
There's
you have
just so much.
both. Yeah,
Yeah, there's so much going on that they just cannot deal with Tetsuo the way he should be dealt with.
yeah, because at most you seem to get like one tank at a time, and I do feel like
Hmm.
they actually probably could, if it weren't for like just how crowded the city was, actually probably deal with Tetsuo with pure firepower before it gets to actually full power because the thing is he's kind of getting more powerful as time goes.
Yeah, and because they're only sending one tank at him at a time, each time he takes one out, it's like increasing his power each time. So they're
Yeah,
basically helping him out instead of hindering him at this point.
I don't know if it's increasing his power each time, but he's at least
Well,
increasing his power over the time elapsed.
yeah, I don't know, increasing his power, but probably just giving him more and more confidence in his abilities.
Yes, definitely. Which a lot of his power is just generally mind over matter. That seems to
Yeah,
be the idea of it. The problem is obviously you can't really control all that at the end of it.
you know,
But yeah, you get all the
as well.
people running too, because you get a lot of people running from Tetsuo
Yeah,
or running to Tetsuo. It's gonna be just general chaos though.
basically.
Yeah, and you get what's her name? The girl. Sees this on TV. Sees
Yep.
Tetsuo.
Kaori?
Yeah, Kaori. And she is, like I said, what the character I feel the most bad for. She really did
Yeah.
nothing wrong. Well, she did nothing to deserve what happens to her.
No, she did not. Not even a little bit.
Yeah. But yeah. You get the boys kind of go to the. I think it's school that all their bikes are at.
I think so.
Yeah, that is definitely. I think that's a school. It's either a school or an apartment block.
Yeah, I can't really tell. Maybe it's
And
the dorms on the school.
well, yeah, this is the point where you do get the other guy part of the gang is like, are we gonna call the gang together? And Kaneda's like, no, I'm gonna deal with this myself. And I think that's part of his protectiveness kind of go. For one thing, he doesn't have many gang members left.
True. Yeah,
Well,
he doesn't want them to die in this.
he's lost at least one guy to Tetsuo already. He's also lost the bartender who was
Hmm.
probably he probably had like mild care for the guy.
And I'm wondering if there's a small part of him who's like, this might be a suicide mission.
I think he definitely thinks this is a suicide mission because
So
uh
I'm not.
this is the funny thing with Tetsuo. It's there isn't really much you can actually do. Like the military is
No.
going against Tetsuo and they can't kill him. I think he
Yeah,
thinks it's a suicide mission, but it is also definitely a well. They can't. They he isn't gonna risk the rest of the gang,
exactly.
and
If I'm gonna go and die doing this, I'm not taking the rest of my boys down with me.
yeah, that's definitely it. I also think because he's not only the leader, but he's always been the guy protective of Tetsuo. He does probably feel like some level of obligation too.
Yeah, obligation, responsibility.
Yeah, yeah. This is probably the point where you can say that he is no longer like a child that's just doing whatever the fuck seems fun. He is
Yeah,
actually kind of grown up here because like suddenly the stakes are more serious and he's treating it that way.
yeah,
Like
absolutely.
I think it would actually be worse if he was like, oh yeah, we have to call the gang together because he's the only one who even knows what they're dealing with. This is like a major thing.
Yeah, they wouldn't even have. They'd be thrown at the deep end basically, and they wouldn't have a chance.
No, they would. I mean, hell, the military doesn't even have a chance against
No,
Tetsuo. Yeah, so I think it
and
is him thinking like it is very much him believing that basically they don't have a chance against Tetsuo, but they have to do this.
yeah,
That is
there's no other
definitely
choice.
yep. And that yeah, this is specifically his responsibility is something I feel because we do get this character coming back in later. So
We do, yeah.
and you also get
So this,
the military seems to be reacting to all like the protesters, include who they say half seem to be anti-government protesters and half seem to be crazy fanatics.
yeah, pretty much. Um, and they're on a following Tetsu to the across the bridge, like absolutely crazy fanatics.
And it's funny because I think this absolutely goes to Tetsuo's head.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's why he gets the cape and stuff.
Well, yeah, yeah, he got the cape, and then he reacts as soon as the lasers shoot at him, and they all pass by him. I think the idea is some of them either missed or were directed specifically at the crowd or were
Yeah,
deflected by his
maybe.
shield. But the idea is kind of like Tetsuo is like reacts like angrily too because you have these people who are hyping him up and then they get hit in the crossfire essentially.
And it's yeah, it's another thing that's goes to the military not really being prepared to deal with this because they're trying to deal with Tetsuo and they're trying to deal with the crowd at the same time.
Yeah,
He's trying to disperse the crowd. I don't know if
yeah, because they're at least reacting to the crowd being there, and the
yeah,
crowd are also obviously like. I feel like if the crowd wasn't there, then they could definitely do a lot more. And it's interesting because as much as Tatsuo seems to react in anger that they shot like these guys hyping him on, he also doesn't seem to give a fuck about catching them in the crossfire
yeah.
when he collapses the bridge.
This bridge pretty much kills everyone that was following him,
Yeah.
including the high priest of the Akira church.
Yep.
it cuts up to the helicopter. And he's like, ground forces come in. It's like, yeah, I think they're all gone, buddy.
I think well, the problem isn't that they're all gone. The problem is the ground was gone.
That's true. Not much you can do when the ground is gone.
Yeah, it's hard to reach the ground forces without the ground there.
It's important. That is an important part of the process.
But yeah, he's heading towards the Olympic facility, which is where Akira is supposed to be stashed
Yeah,
specifically. That is another the other big thing. Also, what time is it for you?
it is 12.
Oh, okay. Well, we might be able to still make it before 1.
Let's do it.
Watch, we end up finishing at 101.
That's probably what's going to happen now.
But yeah, you also it's funny. You also get like you get the cut to after the bridge collapsing and them like locating him on the geoposition thing with the radar again, which is once again displaying him as blue. So
It sure is. And is this where the colonel's like patch me into the satellite, or does that happen a bit later?
I think that happens a bit later. But yeah, this is him like walking it up on the Olympic facility first because I think the he only patches into the satellite while what's her name is fighting him. Okay, is
Oh, that's
fighting him.
right. Yeah.
But yeah, he's walking up on the facility. It's funny because they're like, "Oh, hey, turn back. This is a prohibited area." What? That's the target. Shit.
Oh shit. I mean,
Because you just see the place getting destroyed after that, so I assume
yeah,
all those guys are dead.
I assume so. I mean, at what point when you're just a lowly grunt, you're like, yeah, I'm out. This is way beyond my capabilities.
Yeah. Well, the funny thing about that with the lowly grunts too is that you have like Kaneda, who does the most damage of anyone. He's not even like a
Yep.
military guy. He's just a fucking street punk.
But he's got gumption, damn it.
Yeah, and then we see Tetsuo in the facility, and he's just walking through because of course he is.
Of course he is.
Yeah, it's like at this point, there's very few people in the world who can actually stop him.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, certainly to his mind, there's nobody that can stop
Yeah, but he's so he walks in on the facility, uh, with where the Akira is, and that's when he runs into Kay, who seems to be all souped up on psychic energy.
Yeah, she's got some of those psychic steroids that you hear so much about.
Yeah, well, I assume it's just that the kids are all pumping their powers into her.
Yeah, I guess so. I assume it's all three as well, because that's going to be the best chance that they've got.
Yeah, because it's either that or she did unlock her powers through that whole ordeal.
Hmm. Well, Does it? Is it the girl talks through her
Yeah, it
at
is
this point?
implied that the girl is talking through her.
So I think yeah, maybe the kids are just maybe they're helping her unlock it, or maybe they've just pumped their power into her.
Yeah, it's clear they're involved in this to some extent.
Yeah.
It is not definitely not just her doing this. Because otherwise, then you still have somebody awakening their powers, and that's you still have the same
Yeah,
problem.
you do.
Then again, I guess she's not using it to fucking kill everybody.
Yeah, she's just using it to try and kill one guy. Bring balance to the force.
True. she's using it for good. So, but yeah, I do think it's just she's using it to a much lesser. She's unlocked power to a much lesser degree.
Yeah, I think maybe, yeah.
Like she's basically like more of a conduit, essentially. Though
Well, we know she doesn't really have as much power as Tetsuo because
she loses.
her that yeah, exactly, her attack, she fucking throws a whole pipe into him and it doesn't really affect him in any way.
Yeah, I'm trying, but yeah, the children kind of talk through her, but still, he seems to like not really be too troubled because he's doing the whole stuff with breaking Akira out while fighting her. So
Yep. It's not a big deal for him. I mean, he's so beyond like worrying about other people standing in his way at this point.
yeah, he basically is just untroubled by
Because it's
anything.
not just the fact, yeah, it's not just the fact that he's unlocked all these powers, but it's just his arrogance has jumped off the charts. So he doesn't even entertain the possibility that anyone could stop him.
Well, yeah, because everything that's been thrown at he's gotten like the hype session. He's gotten like arrogance. He's kind of stood up against like the guy who was kind of the leader of his little group, Kaneda.
It didn't even wasn't even a remote bother to him. His
Yeah,
confidence is through the roof right now.
yeah, and it's interesting because the kids also seem to have a sense of responsibility towards how they use their powers.
Yeah, they've got like a code of how they should be used, uh, how
Well,
they
yeah,
should.
he does specifically ask her, "You're those brats, aren't you?"
Okay.
So yeah, the idea is yeah, basically they're channeling their powers through her.
I guess she's just like the best person for that role. They saw something in her. She's the one who can handle three people's power coming through at one time.
Yeah, and I do have to wonder if maybe they can channel more power through a conduit versus otherwise. But
What? Yeah,
you do also get the scene of Kaneda basically driving through a checkpost and everyone's just fucking dead.
yep.
Which is a lot of this is also the consequences of Tetsuo and Tetsuo doing what he's doing. But this is also where Kaneda gets the laser gun.
It is where he gets the laser gun. He's going to do more with that laser gun than anyone else in this military did with a laser gun.
Yeah. Look, that's because they're scrubs, obviously. They just needed a
Yeah,
hyper souped up fucking bike, and that's all.
yeah. Then they would have been fine.
Well, what's funny though is because he doesn't know the state of that laser gun, that does come back to bite him that he doesn't know
It does.
that. Because it turns
It's
out
not-
it's not charged.
Yep.
Which is probably why it
Which is why
wasn't
it's
used.
yeah, probably, and it's also why it's a good thing that his bike buddy shows up later.
Yep. But yeah, you get the Akira vault basically gets he just removes it up to the surface.
Yep.
Ah, my
And
voice is
then
beginning to give out.
oh no.
All right, well, we have enough time to him left in the movie to get through. I think we can still do it though,
Yeah.
because a lot of this is just action. It's just them fighting over it, and I just recommend anyone who's interested watch the movie because we've already like doubled the movie's time.
Yeah. It's a very good movie. I
Yeah,
highly recommend it.
yeah. There's a lot of spectacle here in this specific sequence of them fighting.
Oh my god, we just got called weebs in chat.
Who's calling us weebs? Laughing
Lulu.
Lulu. Oh, no, don't worry about him. He's a loser.
I
Don't worry.
uh,
He's just
I've
some
very
guy.
I've seen. I'm not even close to being a weeb.
That is true. Art actually, most usually I have to actually kidnap him and force him to watch any anime.
It's true. Unless it's this or
I
Ghibli,
Yeah, actually, I think Lulu has seen more anime than you have.
it's possible. Well, but I think unless I'm mistaken, I've seen at least a couple of anime films that you haven't.
Lulu, I know, going to be seeing at least one series, full series soon.
Because you have you seen the Satoshi Kon movies, Perfect Blue, Paprika, stuff like that?
I have Perfect Blue. Paprika I haven't seen, but it's on my list of movies to see. I'm actually planning to cover those at some point. I'll probably have you on for those because I know you can
I have
like actually talk about them.
I have seen them both before. Yes.
There's also an anime series that he did that I have on Blu-ray that I haven't watched yet. But that
Yeah,
might be
I haven't seen
another
that.
interesting thing to have you watch with me.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's an anime series and not a movie, but it's also, like I said, it's Satoshi Kon, so it's somebody you would probably be interested in.
Yes. Indeed.
I have you seen Tokyo Godfathers?
That's the only one of his I haven't seen.
It is the season to watch it. It's basically
That's
a
true.
Christmas movie. I like it. It's not his best work.
I think my favorite of his is Millennium Actress.
Yeah, that's what I always hear. I like Perfect Blue, but Satoshi Kon is a very interesting director. But yeah, we're not here talking about Satoshi
No,
Kon
yeah.
today.
All
So
right, so this
I was gonna say, unless you want me to go get another drink to like fucking save my throat, we gotta
uh
get going.
uh yeah, let's get going. Well, we get the reveal that Akira is just a bunch of
Yeah.
biological material in jars.
Well, this is kind of the thing that I don't get is whether or not Akira died from the explosion, or whether or not Akira was reduced to being like a bunch of samples because of all the experiments that were done on him.
Yeah, I think that it's from all the experiments.
Yeah,
Oh
that's
no, I
kind of
don't know
my.
actually.
Well, I was gonna say, why would that be the case? We've seen what these powers could do.
Yeah, and the Colonel's dialogue could really go either way because he just says that that's just all that was left when they all the samples they had to test with. So it could be that he exploded himself, and that all that stuff was just what was left to test on.
I can believe it either way. Either way, it's like Tetsuo learns that like there is no Akira, and so he's like kind of been hyping himself up for this fight. I feel like it's like the only other
Yeah,
person that could challenge him, and it's like, oh, that person is dead.
yeah. There's no like really like for him anticlimactic, and it's just like, what? Where do I go from here? What do I do now?
Yeah, it's like that was the big thing I was hyping up. What do I do?
I feel like I just watched season 8 of Game of Thrones here.
Oh, gee.
Well, I could have gone with Arcane season 2, I guess.
Oh yeah, I've been hinting at that. I was considering doing a stream on it, but it's just like I feel like I'd just make myself sad because then I'd have to rewatch it, and I don't never want to do that.
Yeah, no, fuck that.
Yeah, but season 2 is bad, and anyone who says it isn't is wrong
Yep, very wrong and very a
and
bad
very sad.
person.
Yes, and probably a
Yeah, that's
bad
it.
person. They steal candy from old ladies.
Yeah.
and they steal money from third graders. What other
Anything
slander
bad?
can I throw on them?
Um, they like the Last Jedi.
Oh, terrible. Yeah. But yeah, yeah, so he is kind of like that's the interesting thing though is he almost doesn't have time to really even engage with like the fuck do I do now because the colonel this is around when the colonel decides to use the satellite.
Use a satellite laser to shoot Tetsuo.
Yep.
And we've
The
also got
colonel yeah, the current because the colonel says to use the satellite, but then also he's still got like the military to take on.
yep.
And he's still got the another foe, another challenger is going to come in. Kaneda.
Oh yeah, Kaneda's here to try and save the day.
Yeah. It is interesting because the colonel is still yeah, this is the point where the colonel says, yeah, we'll use Soul, which is the satellite.
Yeah.
But the
Satellite
colonel is
or
also just
laser.
talking to him over the radio and he's like, are you satisfied? He's kind of you do get the impression he doesn't want to talk. The colonel probably does still want to try to talk him down. He's still giving him the ability and the opportunity to just give up.
Yeah, he's trying to talk him down, but he's also planning for every eventuality,
Yeah, because at this
just
point,
in case.
at this point, yeah, I feel like the colonel is like, we'll talk him down if we can, but we're probably just gonna have to, we're probably just gonna have to kill him. Yeah,
Yeah.
prepare Soul. And Kaneda's coming in, and the other gang member can't even get through the crowd. Lucky for him.
Yeah, that is actually kind of lucky. Good for him.
Well, because we know that guy survived the whole movie.
Yeah, he does. This way, and Kaneda and Tetsuo kind of have their big blowout.
Yeah, this is their first big showdown. This is really also when I think Kaneda, the first time Kaneda actually tries to kill him. So Tetsuo is
Yeah, and he's
almost like, yeah, Tetsuo is almost like dismissive of him too. He's just like, oh, Kaneda, were you here to try to rescue me again?
yeah, because he says there's two telling lines of dialogue. He says, "You've been telling me what to do since we were kids. You always show up and stop bossing me around." That little brother syndrome coming out in full force.
Well, it's interesting too because Kaneda's lines almost seem to be specifically picked to taunt him, and I feel like a
Yeah,
lot of it is because Kaneda doesn't want him to realize what he's holding and what he's planning to do until it's too late.
yeah, probably.
Yeah, because yeah, you get the you've been telling me what to do ever since we were kids. You always treat me like a kid. You always show up and start bossing me around, and now you're a boss too, is what Kaneda says of this pile of rubble. It's very dismissive. And
Yeah,
then you
no,
get that's Mr. Kaneda to you.
he fires it from holding it down near the ground too. He doesn't like pick it up and aim it. He just goes bam, fire.
Yeah, yeah. I think that's the idea. Is basically he wants to get him massively pissed off, so he just doesn't expect the actual like
Yeah,
shot to come in that comes in. So when it comes, he's just unprepared, and I guess he doesn't block it because of that.
yeah, he sort of half blocks it. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah. It basically startles him, and then it knocks him into the jar still.
yep. And then he gets the Tetsuo lifts him up into the air, and he manages to get another shot that takes Tetsuo off guard.
Yeah, well, yeah, yeah. Basically, it's like, well, because it almost feels like Tetsuo is still expecting him to like, oh no, I'm in trouble. I guess I'm gonna give up because that's what everyone else has done. But Kaneda's like, actually, he's got that same sort of street punk tenacity.
Yeah,
Or he's not gonna give in. He's just gonna fucking bash his head against that wall until it succeeds.
He's a scrapper. He's gonna keep fighting no matter what.
But yeah, because he did clearly burn the arm.
Yeah, you can see the blood coming out of it.
Yep. And Tetsuo, this is the interesting thing too. Is Tetsuo is completely engaged with it. It's just bad luck, honestly, on Kaneda's part that the gun essentially ran out of energy right before it skewered
I know,
Tetsuo.
right?
It's like,
Couple
oh,
of inches
come on.
away. What do I do
The
with
funny
this?
thing, the funniest thing about it is once that happens and he realizes what happened, he just throws down the fucking gun and he's like, "God, settle this with bare hands, you asshole." Because
Yeah,
he's just so fucking annoyed. Like, that's not fair.
yeah. I was so close. God damn it.
Well, the street punk comes out again, and
Yeah,
Tetsuo is just like,
the,
yeah, no. Feeling
yeah.
frustrated? Yeah, you're powerless. Fuck you.
Now you know how I felt.
Yeah, that is definitely the
Luckily,
vibe it has. And then, yep, you get the, yep, something's clearly happening. He's like, what is this like?
big boom,
Yep.
and he loses his arm.
Yeah, he does lose an arm. Well, it's interesting too because that's the arm that was already wounded. So I wonder if maybe the fact that it was already wounded is why it's the one that he loses.
Yeah, probably.
Like, because
Like maybe.
I think the
It's,
powers is also very based off his perception and his view. That's why he's so powerful when he's like he's cockiest.
yeah, and if he's already been hurt once, it's maybe lowered his defenses just a little bit, just that little bit, so it can get through and
Yeah,
take
cause
the arm
well,
off.
because the arm is basically blown off from the point where it was hit by the laser. So
Yeah,
I
no
think
more
there's some
shielding.
implication there. And the funny thing about it is Kaneda's ready to just bash his head in with a rock.
I know, right?
Very lucky. The Kaneda's honestly very lucky that second soul shot didn't blow him up. But also
Yeah,
that soul, the satellite is enough of a priority that Tetsuo just immediately latches on to charging at it, and then Kaneda has to run because he really can't do much. Like there's
no.
all this stuff falling out of the sky.
Akira was also ahead of the game here because there's no sound when Tetsuo goes into space.
That is true.
So, and Hollywood would take another 30 or so years to get that down.
Prove to me there's no sound in space. Go there.
That's a good point. No one can prove it because no one's been there.
Exactly. Show me a live broadcast from with the speakers over the mic over there, and I'll believe you. But also, this is
So,
the funny thing. Yeah, the you have the satellite just shooting off random shots and blowing people up.
I know.
The amount of people caught into the crossfire on this fight,
It's kind of insane.
just especially because we know the city already wasn't in a great place. So also, yeah, Kaneda kind of gets lucky there that that shot didn't,
Yep.
go off.
I mean, at least they're in old Tokyo, so there's the people who are there are people who came there following Tetsuo,
True.
so they probably deserve it.
Well, these meteor showers are gonna definitely kill other people, though.
Oh yeah, that's true. Well, they'll probably be fine.
Yeah, it is very much though. This is the other thing too, though. At this point, yeah, you get Tetsuo tries to mix the arm again, and yeah, at this point his power is just growing, but he doesn't know what else to fucking do. And so
No,
kind
he's
of
got
once this
no
fight
plan.
ends, he kind of just like settles down for a bit. He's like, I guess he doesn't really have anything specific he has to do.
No, so he just sets himself up in the stadium on a nice little and waits for some new challenge to come around.
Yep. But we also get the colonel goes to the scientist, who's very excited.
Very excited. It's
Yeah,
basically um it's
it's so
Tetsuro's.
it's so funny too because the scientist is like rambling on to the colonel, and the colonel clearly just like doesn't know what the fuck he's saying talking
Yeah,
about.
simple fucking English, please.
You've got the look of I'm sure this is very impressive, but what the fuck's going on? I came to you for a reason. But yeah, Tetsu was what?
Basically, it's basically like that's Tetsuro's powered shot level whatever thing, and it's reaching. I guess you'd call it critical mass. Is that what's going on
Uh, Well, yeah,
with
it is
this weird?
interesting too because the colonel's like glancing off to the corner, and he is kind of like he's noticing that the power thing is lighting up that area, and then he sees it, and he's like, "The fuck, you didn't tell me."
Yeah, I've, he'd pretty well within his rights to thrash this scientist within an inch of his life.
And it's interesting too because this is kind of the point where the colonel has to like go in and try to take out Tetsuo himself.
Yeah,
Because
I.
yeah,
He's a braver man than I am.
well at this point it's like, well, something has to take this kid out, otherwise the city is doomed. Because yeah, it's basically overlapping with the out. Because from what I understand, the outer layer is supposed to be Akira's pattern, and the inner layer is supposed to
Yeah,
be
I'm
Tetsuo's.
pretty sure. And then
But
b- he's
they're
basically, I think he's about to match Akira's power level.
yeah. So at this point, the colonel's like, well, something has to be done, and
Yeah,
honestly, at this point, it feels like his view is a sneak attack is the only option.
I mean, it
Like he,
works for Kaneda
yeah.
to,
But
to a point.
speaking of Canada, we cut back to them. And yeah, they it seems to be like our three characters here are like set up at like a fire nearby. They're just kind
Charging up
of yeah, they are charging up the battery, and the one guy's bike explodes.
the. Because I do like it that Kaneda's still got. He won't let him do it with his bike. Like, nope. My bike is still special to me. Use your
No, that
one.
no. The funny thing too is when it's brought up, he's like, "Your bike's still on fire."
Yeah. Oh dear.
Yeah,
Nice little moment of levity to break up the insanity that's happened and about to come.
well, yeah, especially because you can imagine because especially with how look at how Kaneda like clutches the battery. It's like, yeah, that is kind of the most important thing to him in the world right now because that is the only thing he can like use to that he knows he can use to well, basically
Yep.
to end all this.
The only tool left. The, that it was that and it was the orbit satellite laser. Satellite laser's gone, so that's literally the most important thing in the world right now.
Yeah, only when Kaneda wielded it because the soldiers were
Yeah,
pretty worthless with it.
they were. That's why they're all dead.
But yeah, after that, you cut back to the stadium where you get Tetsuo screaming in pain as Kaori walks in. seems to have
making
stumbled
the
in.
making the worst mistake of her life.
Yeah, definitely the worst mistake of my life. But don't worry, it is the last.
That's true.
But yeah, it's interesting because this is the point where Tetsuo's clearly like lost control. Because well, he's also screaming about the arm, so you have to wonder if he's not just feeling like utter pain and stuff because he tried to
Yep.
reconstruct the arm too, and it's just not
Uh,
taking.
yeah, and I'm wondering if like the shock of losing the arm and possibly maybe the power surge that it would have taken to fly into space is kind of really just completely tipped him over the edge and to the point where he's losing control of his powers.
But you also
To
get
the
the lines about him where him when it comes to him talking to Cowrie, which is also very important because he's kind of come down off the high too of like the ego trip,
yeah,
and he's like, because she asks why they call him Akira, and he's just like they didn't care who it was.
yeah,
Yeah, he never existed in the first place. They didn't care who it was. Basically his view is just so long as he destroyed things. Basically, the idea of the unrest is just people didn't really care what it was that like what it was that got involved in the government, and they just wanted things wrecked basically. Because I get the impression, I
yeah.
feel like if it wasn't for the government meddling from that one politician guy, I do feel like things would have been resolved over time. You know,
Yeah, they were in a
there.
rebuilding process, and they were trying to like some of the politicians were trying to quick fix their way out of it, and some of them were taking the long game. But it would have settled down, and everything would have worked out eventually.
Yeah. But obviously, because you have somebody who is clearly taking advantage of the situation. You have
Hmm.
several people probably, but yeah, but somebody specifically like uh kind of ramping up the fires of rebellion to benefit them.
Yep. And then I wonder if he leaked the Akira stuff and that started that cult, or if that was just like a happy benefit side effect that you saw.
I feel like he leaked it and it started that cult, but I don't think he expected it to start the cult. If that makes sense, I think it was just
Yeah.
people started hearing about Akira and Akira being involved with this and that, and they just latched onto it, and then you had the cult form.
And he was just, yeah, an opportunity. So I can use this for my benefit, probably somewhere down the line.
Yeah, but you basically have. It's very clear that Tetsuo's powers are in overdrive. Like his arm basically starts merging into the throne. Like as soon as
Yeah,
he
and
sits down there,
it looks so cool.
it does. It also looks. This is really where the proper like body horror of the
Oh yes.
show starts, and it just gets worse. If you don't like body horror, this might not be a great like movie to watch.
Yeah. It definitely goes places in these last 15 or so minutes.
Oh yeah. Last 15 or the last 20 minutes really, but
Yeah.
yeah, it's interesting because the colonel even still approaches Tetsuo, seeing that he's in pain and everything. But maybe he sees this as like a last ditch attempt to try.
Yeah, maybe. Now he's some downsides are happening. Maybe I can talk him off the edge.
Yeah, yeah, because it very much is a kind of like, look, look, we haven't gotten him in a calm moment like this before. Maybe you know, he's clearly feeling the pain. He's basically merging into the throne, which yeah, it does look really
Yeah.
cool. It also looks just very disturbing because you get all these like wires and pipes and stuff kind of connecting into the throne, along with like flesh and like veins. It's
Yeah.
very creepy.
it's very cool.
And
Yeah,
then he
and he
like
might think
pulls it
that.
out. Yeah.
Yeah, I know that's gnarly.
Well, he's also. It's interesting. He approaches Cowrie, and I feel like he does see kind of Cowrie's kind of like the last like gateway he really has towards humanity. But yeah,
Yeah. No.
the colonel shoots him, and basically, very clearly, it's a solid hit.
Oh yeah,
I think the idea that he got hit in like the heart.
I think so.
But
But
yeah,
it doesn't.
this is when you
It
get the
just.
proper body horror being used as a weapon. Because the arm, just
Yeah.
the flesh and stuff, just lashes out at the colonel after this, and it's only retracts when the beam fires out again. Oh,
Oh,
it's
it's so
Kaneda.
cool.
Yeah, Kaneda shows up. Yeah, this
Good
is
old
probably,
Canada.
yeah, this is the cool a really cool fight because it's really where also Tetsuo is the least in control of his power, but also he's just taken so much on the back foot, and he's just lashing out with the power. He's not really thinking about what he's doing. It's not like the
No.
hospital where he was lashing out, but he was still
Mhm.
kind of in control.
Yeah, this is just pure rage.
Yeah, and the kids also show up and protect Kaneda because they protect him from the rock. They kind of project a psychic bubble onto him.
Yeah, but here's the question: are they protecting Canada or are they protecting his sweet bike?
I think they're protecting the bike.
Yeah, right. I think they've got to, they tried to keep Canada out of it, but now that he's shown up and they're like, well, he's the only effective one, so we should help him out.
And they kind of do. What's interesting is the kids don't really do a lot here. Well, we know they're kind of basically they're summoning Akira.
Yeah.
Like that's the solution they've come to at this
So I
point.
wonder, maybe they didn't plant it because I always had them inkling that they planted the Akira idea in Tetsuo's head because they wanted to bring Akira back. But now I'm thinking
Yeah, I
that
think it's a
that there's
reverse.
well, I think there's because there's another shot where she says the future isn't like a straight line or whatever, something like that. She says, or there's more than one course it can take. So I think maybe she has another vision. She's like, if we bring Akira back, he'll be able to stop Tetsuo.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting too because at this point, Tetsuo's power is just completely out of control, and this
Yeah,
is the point really where yeah, the body horror really starts, and like he starts just growing and morphing out of control, and he has no control of it. And Kaneda's just shocked too because yeah, at this
yeah,
point, it's just what we saw at the beginning when his flashes first started too, and then we get
yep.
poor Kaori.
Poor Cowie. Oh,
She
this
gets
is
pulled into it.
a nice sort of moment to show that Tetsuo isn't completely lost though, because he does tell Kaneda like, "I'm gonna hurt her. Please try and help her."
Yeah, that is the thing Tetsuo is like worried about. It's like, and what's interesting too is when he loses control of himself. What does Tetsuo actually end up doing? He starts begging Kaneda to help him.
Yep. After all that, he's still the little kid that needs Kaneda to come and help him.
Yeah.
Poor
Yeah.
Cowie.
Yeah,
Smushed
because
to death.
Kaori gets pulled into as well as Kaneda being, but Kaori was pulled in by the hands, and Kaneda seems to have been pulled in by like the organs and stuff. So I guess Kaneda has
Yeah.
more room.
Yeah, I think
Kaori,
so.
it's just like flesh is forming around her, and it
Kaneda also
basically
has
yeah.
the a slight advantage of having the laser cannon, so he can he at least has a fighting chance of getting out.
Yeah, but Kaori is. Yeah, he's talking about. Yeah, My power's acting on its own. I can't control it. I have no, he yeah, but yeah, I think it's very thematic that he is begging. His the response at this point is to beg Kaneda to help him because he doesn't want to hurt Calvary. But
No, he doesn't.
unfortunately for her, his input is not. Yeah, she's just crushed to death.
She's just deaded.
Yeah, because she just splatters, and yeah, there's nothing for it. There's nothing that no way he can. And A says Cowrie's pain is coming into me, so I think
Hmm.
he's getting the psychic pain from it too.
Yeah. I mean, like I said to before, I first watched this movie when I was 5, and that's the image that most stayed with me was Carrie getting crushed in the fucking chamber.
Yep. Yeah, and
Akira.
Kaneda does actually get out because he has the laser
Yeah,
cannon.
he manages to fire his way out
But yeah, it's
very.
basically just this. At this point, Tetsuo is really just this disgusting flesh pile
Yep. There's
that's
still like
growing.
some identifiable features, like when he comes over the edge of the platform, he opens an eye.
Yeah, yeah, it's fucking disturbing. It is really, really disturbing imagery. It's it's cool, but it's disturbing.
Yeah, I love this sort of stuff. I think this movie really did have a big impact on me, and the fact that shit like this just doesn't have an effect on me anymore.
Yeah, because yeah, at this point, there's not really any stopping Tetsuo by normal means. Like, yeah, the colonel yells for the kids to go back, but they're doing the thing with Akira, so
I do
uh
like that as well. He's getting sucked in, but he's still more worried about the kids than himself.
yeah, yeah. Well, because he takes a few shots, but there he doesn't like he sees it as he's like holding back the monster, but the kids don't because the kids know what they're doing with Akira. They're putting Akira back together basically,
Hmm.
and so because of that, uh, they don't really. Yeah, basically they with that they don't really run away. So it's just the colonel's just desperately trying to do something with his life. I feel like the
Yeah,
colonel wants to save somebody. And what's interesting
yeah,
is the kids do actually save the colonel. They teleport him out of there.
they do because they did care for him after all.
Yeah,
There's obviously a relationship there.
they teleport him to the city and tell him to get into the tunnel where he'll be safe.
Yeah,
Yeah, because at this point, yeah, basically they're nuking the place again. Now, luckily, this is the old city, but still, there are
yeah,
definitely people who get killed by this.
yeah. Oh, definitely.
Well, we know the scientist does.
That's true. And I think there's still some people who had followed Tetsuo there, at least a few of them.
Yep, yeah, definitely. Anyone who survived the bridge and was still around there, yeah, they're probably fucking dead.
They are dead.
And Takashi appealing to Kaneda and saving Kaneda.
Yeah, that's a nice touch. They've they
Yeah,
recognize how hard he fought to stop Tetsuo.
well, they are also like, well, they're like, we won't be strong enough to come back out, but this is also the solution they
Mm.
did, and they're concerned because Kaneda really had nothing to do with any of this. He was
No,
essentially somebody who was pulled in.
yeah, he's just it had not, just because it happened to be Tetsuo. That's why he's here.
Yeah.
Otherwise, he'd been nowhere near this.
Well, and we don't really know exactly how much of the actual city is affected and how much of that survives, because
Hmm.
I do feel like Neo Tokyo is probably at least survives a good point. Because most of the buildings we see get destroyed are the old Tokyo buildings.
Yeah, I think most of Neo Tokyo is probably safe.
Yeah, well, yeah, because the tunnel seems to be like treated as a safe point almost.
Yeah, that's probably the uh, beyond the edge of the blast radius. So most Neo Tokyo is probably all right.
Yeah, and you get flashbacks too, back in the day. You get like more flashbacks, including the two of them meeting at the trail. And yeah, you get the info. Yeah, Tetsuo was abandoned.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. So you can kind of assume that that's probably the same case with Kaneda, because Kaneda was
Yeah, I
at the same
assume so.
children's home.
Yeah,
But yeah, you also get a brief flashback to Kaneda teaching Tetsuo how to ride the bikes
yeah.
and
The
explaining
line that
cornering to him.
yeah, when you're doing a corner lean in suicidally, I think that's
Yeah,
the
that
line.
is
I think it's
actually
not.
how they explain it too. It's a lean in like you're trying to kill yourself.
There you go. I got dodgy subtitles on the version I've got over here. I should have put my DVD in. Oh well.
You also do actually get flashbacks to the kid's past too, because you get a flashback to a kid, and at room 28, that's where Akira is.
Ah, yeah,
So he's number 28. So yeah, these, and you do see all the three kids, and I think the implication is, yeah, they are all like from old Tokyo,
yeah. It
because
does
they
seem
look
to be
like
that they're all
actual
from old.
kids. They're not shriveled up in the same way.
Yeah, definitely in old Tokyo. So they've stunted their growth for 30 years.
Yeah,
Whether that's the drugs or the powers, I assume the drugs.
yep. And Akira was the strongest of the four of them.
Yeah.
And they say they called him to have have him take Tetsuo away.
Into nothingness, I guess. Is
Well,
that
the
what it
way
looks like?
they just explain it as a way, and that this world right now, it's too big for
Hmm.
Tetsuo, and it's too big for Akira, and they say it's too big for them too. Which they do seem to remember. They do appear to be in those like bubbles. The girl and the guy in the weird lift thing, the weird hovercraft thing. So I do. It does make me wonder if maybe they seal themselves off from the world to kind of contain some of their power too.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, because the idea is the
Trying.
power is actually in the world. It's like energy in the
Yeah,
world
yeah,
that they manipulate. But they say like they'll also be able to eventually like control it, and that basically, yeah, they uh they imply, yeah, that they're leaving to somewhere.
yeah. They're going somewhere where because they can't come back once they save Kaneda as well. They make mention of that.
Yep, yep.
So it's that's
Someday they'll be able to deal with our world, but not that day isn't today. Is
yeah,
essentially the implication.
and they sacrifice themselves to pull Kaneda out and send him back, which is good.
Well, the implication is also that they aren't dying; they're going somewhere.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Meanwhile, the scientist dies.
Mm-hmm.
Is it,
Oh yeah, scientist is crushed. But that's also because he's clearly in the danger zone.
Yeah, and he's
Yeah.
so
Oh, you
obsessed with.
know, this actually makes me think. You remember remember when we got the radar thing and it showed the different colors? So the green close to him
Mm,
being the safe zone. Part of me wonders if that's not the implication. Like the farther out, the more dangerous it is for you, essentially.
yeah, maybe. Because scientists dude's so obsessed with getting all the data and figuring out the truth, that he didn't think about keeping himself safe.
Yeah. Oh, that's the interesting thing too, because he starts running to like his info and running to see what's going on. And then he
Yeah,
almost like it's almost like he realizes that what if this is correct, it's almost as if is this the birth of a universe? That's what he says. So basically I guess the kids are making their own universe.
yeah, that's apparently what happens at the end.
That's interesting.
Yeah, very interesting. And there'll be gods?
Yeah, that from what I understand that is the idea of it. But yeah, so massive disaster does clearly happen and from what I understand most of this is the old city, but I'm confident not all of it was. Actually, I'm pretty
Yeah, I
sure
don't.
we see some of the places crumbling are. No, a lot of these look like they're old city buildings, so.
They do. They do. A lot of them do look like they're old Tokyo.
Yeah, because they're like shattered glass and. So, well, it's very
Yeah,
fortunate for Neo Tokyo that this happened in the old city and not.
it really is. They dodged a bullet for sure. Thank God they kept Akira in the old Tokyo.
I feel like that was the Colonel's decision.
Yeah, well, I think it makes sense, right? Keep him basically where he caused the disaster in the 80s in the first place. And also,
Uh,
nobody's going to old Tokyo.
yeah, we do see it's basically this massive crater in the middle of old Tokyo. Yeah. The
Hmm.
city itself is still alive. It's not like destroyed, but they are still like left in the rubble, and there probably were still people who
Oh, that definitely were.
kill. Well, especially because we know that our group, they went and did like illegal things around old Tokyo, like driving
Oh yeah,
unsafely.
indeed.
But yeah, we're left with Kaneda kind of clutching the new, I guess, universe, the little spark thing.
I, I guess so. Maybe he's God.
Maybe. But yeah, it's him left on the pile of scrap, and we also have. So it's funny we have him and Kai are up there, and then you also get the other guy, homeboy over here, who's like who finds Kaneda's bike destroyed, and he's crying because he's like, "Oh no, must be Kaneda's dead. My
And
homie died." But then he finds them, and it's like, "Oh yeah, we're all alive."
you get the nice shafts of light falling on old Tokyo.
Yeah. It what's
Happy,
interest. It is
happy
interesting
days
because
are here again.
I think maybe at the very least it's like it is all over. There's no like
Yeah,
this whole situation at the end of the day. It's done. We don't know what else is to happen here. I'm trying to think if there's anything else through this or if it just goes to credits. But yeah, we do see that. We did see that too. That there is still a lot of damage to Neo Tokyo, probably more because of the fight before he got there.
yeah. Like just on his
Well,
way there, he
no,
caused
some of
some
the
damage.
buildings do seem pretty roughed up. Some of the outer buildings, not all of them, but some of them on the outskirts. So,
Yeah, there's a couple of ones that are leaning slightly askew.
yeah. But yeah,
The three leaning towers of Tokyo.
Yeah, and then you get Tetsuo becomes God
Yeah,
in the new
yeah.
universe.
Good for him, I guess.
Yeah, you do have to feel really bad for kind of what happened. But yeah, that's the
I
end
mean,
of the movie.
it is.
And like I said, I do like that the Colonel survives because the Colonel really didn't. He's almost set up as though he would be the villain of the movie for the first half of it, which is
Yeah,
interesting. Yep,
it's a nice turnaround when he turns out not to be like just generic evilman.
yep. No, he's definitely not generic Evilman. He is definitely a character that I think what they do with him is very well done because yeah, he like I said, what's interesting is a lot of the factions. So you have different factions and their idea of where the city goes. Uh, you've got uh, you've got the kind of biker gangs who are kind of just indifferent. They don't really care. They're just kind of going about their day to day. They're just it's almost like they almost feel like the people are like, well, we wouldn't have a future either way. Why the fuck do we care?
Yeah, they're the lost, forgotten people of the city.
Yeah, and then you've got Kay and her revolutionaries who are people who want to genuinely fix things, but don't really understand the problem, or maybe even they're misled into believing that the problems is that is kind of a foe that they need to fight and they need to beat, and I it feels like uh Colonel is being almost painted as a bad guy, and his program is.
Yeah, they definitely, I think, see him as the bad guy.
Yeah, well, because they aren't operating on all two. And the colonel is somebody who's dealing with these like corrupt sort of city forces, and also he is kind of seeing this city that he's seen like start to rebuild and start to like build anew, corrupted by like hedonism because nobody wants to like continue on. As far as he's considered, everyone's just concerned with maintaining the status quo and
Yeah,
continuing on and drinking and drugging and
committing
all of
violence.
this. And he's also trying to you you also have the fact that yeah, the city was screwed over by apparently what seems to be very bad political like decisions, and he's just clear. The colonel's clearly sick of the politics of everything.
Yeah, he's so over it. It's just like he's obviously been fighting an uphill battle against these people for a really long time.
Yeah, well, especially because these people don't understand. And to be fair, most of the council doesn't seem to be like bad people. It's really the manipulations of that one guy that's the real
Yeah,
like corrupt. But they obviously they have all these other concerns, like uh what they said about with the whole like the colonel's program versus like we could have put all that money into our like public welfare program. You know,
yeah,
like
they're being
the,
forced to make really difficult decisions just because of how dire the financial situation is. Like they're
yep.
they're forced into choices that they might not necessarily have made otherwise.
And yeah, and they're also they're dealing with essentially a situation that's only been stirred up worse because of the corrupt guy, the mole guy, kind of basically stirring up these revolutionaries, which is then causing the budget needed to keep people safe and keep order to
Mm.
skyrocket, and then just yeah, it's essentially it is essentially like we said, they probably would have reached an equilibrium and probably reached some like because right now the problem is when you have bad government and bad like decisions like what they seem to be dealing with according to how the movies presented information, that type of thing it takes a lot of time for government to actually change because of all the not only all the bureaucracy, which a lot of that bureaucracy is necessary, but also there's never enough money, shifting around to really fix things. And at every part of the government is like, well, no, we need more funds for our program, and oh, you could have done this without if They're like that's what all the politicians are doing. It's like it's everyone almost kind of shifting the blame.
Yeah, yeah. Everyone, no one wants to be left holding the responsibility,
Yeah.
so they just keep
Nobody
shifting it.
wants to say no, it was our fault and here's what we're doing to fix it.
And then the colonel and his program just makes a really convenient scapegoat.
Yeah, yeah, because the colonel was doing this thing to prevent the Akira stuff, but also because of how like secretive it is and because of how like esoteric it is, it makes a very convenient scapegoat. Yeah, and there's probably some politicking in the background too that's kind of causing more
Yeah,
issue with
yeah.
it. Like,
Politicking, backroom deals.
yep. And that's what's interesting to me with the first like half. A lot of it is it almost makes me wish we got a movie where we just kind of have to see how the city like fares with those issues, let alone without Tetsuo going full god complex on us.
It would
Like
be quite
even
interesting.
just reducing the power level of Tetsuo and his psychic powers, just to see how does or even have like or even the colonel being able to deal with Tetsuo after, like what do you do now? Like how do you get the city back into shape, back into line?
Yeah. How do you and how do you do it when there's no budget left?
You used all the budget to nuke Tetsuo with
We've
the satellite laser.
got half a yen left. Let's go.
We can do this, guys.
We just need some gumption and good old know-how.
But yeah, yeah, it's a very interesting movie in that aspect. And the amount of layers to this movie, it's kind of slept up because that's I didn't like the movie when I first watched it. I think a lot of the layers of it kind of went over my head.
Yeah, I've always thought it's a movie that really needs like two or three rewatches to really get to all the different things that are going on, all the different pieces.
Yeah, yeah, because it's very hard to follow. If you miss a few scenes, you're probably just operating on the wrong information. And if you're not paying attention to a good extent, then you're probably operating on missing info. But yeah,
Yeah, because when I was
that
younger, it
is
was all
Akira.
about the tech. Yeah, that is Akira.
Yeah,
It's a movie,
yep.
a very good movie.
Yeah, you were gonna say you were a kid when you were a kid back in the
When I was
Stone
yeah, 'cause
Age.
when I was younger, hey, when I was younger, you focus more on like the Tetsuo stuff and all the sort of gross, like that kind of stuff. And then as you get older, you kind of start to appreciate everything else that's going on there.
Like I said, I think the Colonel is probably one of the strongest characters in the whole movie. I
Very
think
good character.
I think Kaneda is probably the second strongest, but he is very. I don't think I ever appreciated before my last like viewing just how in over his head Kaneda is, because especially because all of the politicking really goes over Kaneda's head. Like,
Yeah,
yeah, he doesn't have anything to do with the politicking outside of maybe like you can maybe assume that he is a result of the bad politicking, him and Tetsuo.
yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
Yeah, he's an
like
interesting sort of lead protagonist from that sense because he really doesn't ever really understand anything that's happening.
yeah. That is the interesting thing because when it comes down to it, like he and Tetsuo really aren't like they don't have a cause. Tetsuo kind of rides the wave of people hyping him up, but he doesn't really have a cause. Yeah, I'll
No,
even said they were just all those people. They were just looking for somebody to start destroying things. They were just. It didn't
no,
matter if it was me.
no. He was the match to a flame. Does
Yeah,
that make sense?
he was the match to a fuse, basically.
There you go. That
Yeah,
makes more sense. If you
yeah.
put a match to a flame, it doesn't do anything.
No, it doesn't. In fact, I think one of those is supposed to cause the other. But yeah,
Yeah, that's
he's
true.
he's just the spark that blew up the dynamite, basically. Like, and these issues were already going on. You already had all the like terrorist stuff. You had the police were over budget and over you know basically overstretched as it is. Like uh you could argue that it's a police state, but it's also like you've got like bombings going on in like public malls.
Yep,
You,
you
you got
certainly do.
you got motorcycle gangs fighting in the street. Like it's not like the the policing stuff is really a symptom of the problem. It's not really. It does feel that way because it's like yeah, uh, you have all these other problems, and a lot of it probably does come down to the fact that Neo Tokyo itself is just the surviving remnant of Tokyo. It's like
Mm.
how much rebuilding was actually done. It's only been like 30 years. A lot of people probably had to abandon. Like a lot of these kids probably were abandoned in the aftermath of the destruction of Tokyo too. Like
Yeah,
because of
probably.
how yeah, or the economic downfall that's going to have had. Because
If,
that's the thing. There's a lot of kids at this like last chance school. A lot
yeah,
of
there are.
delinquent kids. Yeah. But yeah,
And it does.
oh,
It feels like Tetsuo basically has just washed everything away and set them all back to square zero.
kind of yeah. Even if it's probably not the same level of devastation. Like
Yeah.
if not that, then the colonel like basically arresting all of the council probably has. Now, hopefully, enough of those guys weren't in on it and weren't corrupted could just kind of like, okay, well, we're back to normal. Colonel, please don't ever like arrest all of us again.
Yeah.
That's the other
Oh,
thing, because the colonel having to do that because he had to do that, but that is also does sort of let the genie out of the bottle. There, it's like the colonel can always at any time step in and just decide, oh no, I'm in charge now.
yep. He has that power now.
And technically, I guess he already did, but now it's like there's
Oh,
no
yeah.
pretense to it.
Yeah.
I feel like I'd be treading very carefully in the future.
Yes. Whatever you say, Colonel.
Then again, I guess that's the interesting thing. It would be interesting to see something covering the aftermath a bit more, but it's also like, yeah, don't touch at this point. No, don't touch it. You know,
Yeah.
I don't think I'd be enthused if they were like Akira 2 coming summer 2025.
No, I don't think so. No, thank you. And don't make that live action remake
Oh, they are making a live action, or they've been trying to forever. I forgot about that.
forever and ever. For 24 years at least.
Yeah, I just don't think this world, as it we see it, would benefit from live action, especially because a lot of like the visualization of the city, I think, works better in animation anyway.
Yeah,
All
it
the
does.
lights and the perpetual nighttime that they seem to be, because I think the stadium is really one of the only like things I think is like properly like daytime. That and maybe some of the stuff at school.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much it.
Yeah, most of the actual movie, it's either indoors and so we can't really tell, or it's nighttime that they're
Yeah.
operating it, which kind of makes sense because these delinquents do still go to school, even if it's the delinquent school where no one gives a shit.
Yeah.
Clearly, they need more that gym teacher to just go around the school smacking everyone across the face. That'll solve it.
Yeah. I can see that working.
But yeah, either way, yeah, that was Akira. We've been going now for about what, 5 hours and 30 minutes? About
Something like that.
roughly 5 hours, 29 minutes, and 38 seconds, 39 seconds, 40 seconds. But so yeah, Art, you don't have a channel to promote, and I don't think you have any intention of doing so. But
Not
uh,
really.
so I guess I'll just sign off by saying thank you very much to my guest Art for joining us this time. I'm gonna
Indeed.
have to decide on what to do for December if I do something in a review in December outside of the outside of the review with Lulu and Iron. But I'll probably end up deciding something. It'll probably be a movie if I do, because this time of year I'm just really busy. But
Mm.
either way, for everyone else, thank you for watching this long. Check out my, if you haven't, I do recommend checking out my Discord and on the which should be linked at the bottom of the video. It should, and on my profile. I recommend clicking that like button and that subscribe button, and tune in the next time. We are going to try to, hopefully my throat is up to it, because I've been a bit sick lately, but hopefully I'm up to it next week. We're going to try and finish Hollow Knight. And thank you very